Thanks for purchasing this series produced by St. Joseph Communications.
The last time I gave a talk on this subject, the sound system wouldn't work for the whole first talk. So what David was saying about spiritual warfare may very well be true. But is it possible that at any moment a secret rapture could occur that would take believers in Jesus to heaven while plunging the rest of the world, including most Catholics, into an inescapable great tribulation that occurs for 7 years? At the end of that 7 years, Christ comes back again, and a 1,000-year reign called the millennium begins. After that 1,000-year reign, there would then be another judgment, another battle, and then eternity begin. That's the question we're going to try to answer. And the reason is it's important. Because if, as Catholics, we're wrong about this issue, then we may be in trouble, right? Okay? But if we're right about this issue, if what the church says is true about this issue, then people are making very bad decisions based on something that's not true. Very bad decisions. But even more important than the bad decisions that any one individual may make is the fact that truth is at stake. One of these two positions is true. They cannot both be true. One is true or the other. Both sides agree that it's mutually exclusive. Both sides agree that you can't be a good Catholic and believe that there will be a future 1,000-year reign of Christ after the Second Coming. Both sides agree that probably most good Catholics will not be raptured away, if there is going to be such a thing. So, let's back up just for a minute. We're in the 21st century. What I'd like to do is back up for just a minute and look at history. We're going to take a real quick stroll through history just to give you an idea. Are we at the end of the world as you know it? Okay? In 154, now just to give you an idea how early that is, there are people alive that knew the apostles. In the year 154, a man named Montanus said that the second coming would occur in his generation. He took people out of the church and started his own sect. Okay? It didn't happen. In 177 AD, Irenaeus decided that the world would end around 1000 AD. It did not happen. His disciple, Hippolytus, who was also a priest, decided that the world would end around 500 AD. In case you're wondering, it didn't. A little bit later, Julius Africanus decided and wrote that the world could not go on any longer than 500 AD. The last three men were all Catholics. Around the middle of the 4th century, St. Martin of Tours, a saint, decided that by the end of that century, the second coming would have to occur. And then a brilliant man came on the church scene and helped people to get over this fascination with the end of the world. His name was St. Augustine. And for the next several years after St. Augustine, there really was not very many Catholics saying the end of the world is going to occur within 50 years or 100 years or 500 years. But around the 8th century, Beatus, who was an abbot, preached that the world would end in 796 on Easter evening. It was very specific. Gregory of Tours also said the world would end. His date was somewhere between 799 and 806. Bernard of Thuringia, a little bit later, said that the world would end in 992 AD. Joachim of Fiora, a Franciscan Catholic, said that the world would end in 59 years, in the year 1260. He was speaking right around the turn of that century, going into the 13th century. Nostradamus was born about 1503. Anybody ever heard of Nostradamus? He said that in the year 1999, this is a quote, "In the year 1999, from the sky will come the great king of terror." Many people took that as prophecy of the second coming or of the rapture. In 1501, there was a famous explorer. How many of you have heard of Christopher Columbus? He claimed that the world would end no later than 1656. Right around this time, just after Columbus, a new group was formed, the Anabaptists, who could trace their roots back to the Taborites, who could trace their roots back to the Hussites. And they took over the city of Munster, Germany in 1534. The Christian that took over the city, this was a Protestant sect, called himself the King of Justice, the King of New Jerusalem, Buckhold. His name was actually Buckhold. He claimed that the millennium was going to start that year. Martin Luther, as most of you know, was a Protestant. He said that the end of the world could be no later than the mid-1800s. He was a little smarter than some of the other people that claimed it. He at least put it a good piece back. In other words, he didn't have to live to see his prophecy not come true. In 1593, there was a man named John Napier. He was no dummy. He invented mathematical logarithms. Anybody here understand mathematical logarithms? Oh, we have somebody that understands that. Okay? I don't understand them, okay? But he said that the end of the world would be between 1688 and 1700. In the mid-17th century, there was a group called the Fifth Monarchy Men. They actually were very instrumental in Cromwell's government. And they claimed that the millennium, the fifth kingdom, that's where they got the fifth kingdom of Daniel, the millennium would start within their lifetime. They said it would start sometime between 1650 and 1700. In 1694, John Mason said that Christ would return on Easter Sunday, April 16th, 1694. He claimed on the day after Easter that Christ had in fact come back, but that we just hadn't been able to notice it. For 16 years after his death, his congregation still claimed that Christ had come back on that day. In 1733, Sir Isaac Newton believed that the time of the end of the world was drawing near. About a century after that, Joseph Smith started a group. Does anybody know what group he started?
Latter-day Saints.
Latter-day Saints, also known as the Mormons. He stated in 1832 that 56 years will wind it up. That's his words, wind it up. In other words, the world is going to end before the end of the 19th century. Then along came a man named William Miller, who started a group called the Millerites. He said that Christ would return sometime between March 21st, 1843, and that same date the next year. When it didn't happen, he decided that it was really going to happen in October 22nd, 1844, which is an interesting way to handle a failed prophecy. I call it the rolling end of the world. When it doesn't come true, you just pick a later date. It happens all the time, okay? Probably the people that have gotten this down to a total science were the people in the 19th century that formed the Jehovah's Witness sect. They have said that Christ would return on the years 1874, 1914, 1918, 1920, 1925, 1941, 1975, and most recently, 1994. Talk about rolling end of the world, okay? They've got it down. In the mid-1890s, a Brazilian by the name of Antonio Conselheiro convinced 20,000 Brazilians that if they overthrew Emperor Pedro II, that the millennium will begin in Brazil. The government was so upset by his preaching that they sent 10,000 soldiers. Not one of those Brazilians survived. But in the 1830s, a man started to preach that changed American Protestantism forever. And that man's name was John Nelson Darby. His teaching took root in America, I believe, for one very simple reason. He started to teach his teachings here in America right after the Civil War. Now think back of anything you know about the Civil War. It was a time of tremendous upheaval. Brothers took up arms against each other. It was not at all hard to convince people that the end of the world was very, very close. His followers, he actually formed a denomination, although they don't like to be called the denomination, called the Plymouth Brethren. Most of his followers now are known as Darbyites. However, they don't like that name at all. A name that some of them like a little bit better is dispensationalists. However, many of them do not like that name either. So I call them rapturists for the simple reason that there is no other name that they like. They call themselves believers many times, but they're the followers of John Darby. What he taught is what we described right at the very beginning, that Jesus would come at any moment, but not set foot on the earth. And the true believers would go up to meet him in the clouds. And then 7 years later, after 7 horrible years here on earth, he would come back again. Now, without maybe realizing it, what John Darby had actually done is taken the second coming and split it into 2 parts, at the very least. At the very worst, what he'd done is change the biblical teaching of a second coming into a second and a third coming. Now, they get around this problem by saying he never touches down the first time, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later on. I think that's a little disingenuous, to be honest with you. But at the very least, what he did is he took the clear teaching of Scripture about a second coming and split it into 2 parts. After the 7 years, then will come the real second coming, and after the second coming, then will be a 1,000-year reign. During that time, the church is not the primary focus of God's plan. During that 1,000-year reign, Israel, ethnic Israel, Jewish people by birth, the Old Testament holy bloodline, that becomes the primary focus of God's plan of salvation. He forced his followers into a rather strange view of the church, in that the church no longer is the main focus of God's plan of salvation. The main focus of God's plan of salvation is ethnic Israel. In 1916, to continue our history, William E. Blackstone said that the world will surely end within 20 years. 1934 or 1935 were the very latest. Oswald J. Smith, who if you are an evangelical or a fundamentalist, you know that name, he said that the world would end before the year 1933. C.I. Scofield, who if you're a fundamentalist, you know that name. He wrote a very famous Bible with notes. He said that World War I was without a doubt the beginning of Armageddon, the final battle. When World War II came, he said that it was a fulfillment of Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39, which means he felt like World War II was the beginning of Armageddon. Even someone of the stature of Billy Graham in 1950 said, 2 years and it's all going to be over, in 1950. In 1995, he said, when will the end be? We don't know. But every indication is that it will be sooner than we think. In 1978, Christianity Today ran an article by Gary Wilburn that said the world must end within 1 generation from the birth of the state of Israel. Now, rapturists are starting to use the rolling end of the world that Jehovah's Witnesses have gotten down to such a science. They first said it had to end within 40 years of the state of Israel being founded, which is 1948. 40 years from there is when? 1988. Did anything real important happen in the year 1988? Not that I can think of, okay, nothing like that. So now they're saying that perhaps 1967 is the important year. That was the year that Jerusalem was unified. And in case it doesn't work out in another 5 years or 4 years, they've already started to talk about the year 1993, which is when the peace accords were signed. They have 40 years from whatever date they pick, and they can keep putting that back. In 1978, Pastor Chuck Smith, who pastors a huge church out in California, said the Lord is coming for his church before the end of 1981. The late great Planet Earth, which was sort of the predecessor of the Left Behind series, was written by Hal Lindsey. He said the decade of the 1980s will be the last decade of history. We are the generation that will see the end times, the return of Christ. In 1994, he was obviously past that date, but he still said, I wouldn't make any long-term earthly plans. The end times are almost here. In 1988, that crucial year came and went. But there was a bestseller that sold an incredible 4.5 million copies called 88 Reasons Why the Rapture will be in 1988. It was written by a man named Edgar C. Weisnot. When it didn't occur, the next year he wrote a pamphlet called 89 Reasons the Rapture will be in 1989. He sold substantially less than 4.5 million copies of the second book. In 1989, Jerry Falwell said, in just a few days, we will enter what may very well be the final decade. In 1993, David Koresh, who burst onto the national scene, as a person that said Armageddon would occur in 1995. Pat Robertson in 1995 also said, all signs point to the end of the world and the end of life as we have known it. In 1994, Jack Van Impe, who's a radio preacher, said, the rapture will occur around the year 2000. Now, 3 years later, he practiced that little rolling end of the world that we were talking about. He said it will be between the year 2001 and 2012. So he's still got 8 years or so for that to happen. Tim LaHaye, who wrote the Left Behind series, along with Jenkins, said in his book, Are We Living in the End Times?, that sometime between the turn of the century and the first quarter of the 21st century, Christ's rapture will occur. So he's still got another 23 years. When the World Trade Center burned a couple years ago, I had two friends call me. One quoted the verse from the book of Revelation, that Babylon would be burned up in a single day. They said, this is the beginning. Another called me and said, this is a fulfillment of Matthew's prophecy that there would be wars and rumors of wars. Grant Jeffrey, a Pentecostal, said that this is a part of the distress of the last days. Alden Gaines of Philadelphia said, it's happening right now. I believe that's going to set the stage for this particular Antichrist to step forward now. I see it all fitting in. Why did I take you through this little history? It's certainly not to make fun of these people. The whole reason I wanted to do this is to help us put into perspective what is being said to us today. It has been said to Christians since 154 AD. For 19 centuries, almost 19 centuries, 18 and a half centuries, Catholics have been told that the end of the world was going to occur very soon. And for 18 and a half centuries, the church has said, we don't know the time. We don't know the hour. And they have been ridiculed, but time has shown that they have been right. So what is our modus operandi going to be? What I'd like to do is take all of the relevant passages today. And by the way, thanks for spending today with me. When I told my high school son what I was going to do today, he said, I can't believe anybody would listen to you for 6 hours. So you have his sympathy, okay? But we're going to try to take all the relevant passages. Now, we're going to take them in the same order in which they were written. And this is important, Because if you try to look at Revelation without understanding what Jesus said in the Olivet Discourse, you're going to ask the wrong questions. And if you try to understand the Olivet Discourse or Revelation without doing some good work in Daniel, you're going to have no clue as to what they're trying to say. And if you look at Daniel without understanding the milieu of the Old Testament, you're not going to understand Daniel very well either. So that's where we're going to start, okay? Now, let me first of all say, what I'm going to do is lay out for you not just why the rapturists are wrong, but a Catholic understanding of these very same passages. There is more than one Catholic understanding of most passages of Scripture. As Pope Pius XII said, there are few texts whose sense has been defined by the authority of the Church. What that means is most of the time when we go to the Bible, we can take church teaching and try to apply it to the text, and two Catholics may disagree on what that text means, and that's okay. But what I hope to do is show you that at least one Catholic view of these texts is far superior to any rapturous view, to any view that says we're going to be left behind. G.K. Chesterton said it in a way that I think is as good as anybody in the thing, Why Am I a Catholic? He said, Catholics know the 2 or 3 transcendental truths on which they do agree, and they take rather a pleasure in disagreeing on everything else. So if you disagree with some of how I handle some of these passages, that's okay. That's okay. What I'm trying to do is show you that a Catholic understanding of these passages, there are many that are better than the rapturists, but I don't have time to show them all to you, and I'm going to show you one. Okay? If you hear something new that you've never heard before, don't automatically put your guard up. As Pope Pius XII said, all should abhor that intemperate zeal which imagines that whatever is new to the ear should for that very reason be opposed or suspected. Okay? So what I'm going to try to do is give you some new information, put it with the information that you already know, okay, and come up with a Catholic understanding of the end times. Okay? Now I should warn you, I believe that the Old Testament and the New Testament in their entirety are without error. In that, I stand firmly in the tradition of the Catholic Church as enumerated in Vatican II, in Vatican I, and in countless encyclicals and documents of the Church. If you're looking for a modernist up here today that is going to tell you that there are errors in Scripture, and oh, don't worry about that, that's just a mistake. Oh, don't worry about that, we know better now. You came to the wrong place. You probably want to go down someplace else, okay? Because I'm not going to approach Scripture that way. I'm going to stand firmly in the tradition of the Church that says the Scripture and what they're teaching is without error. And you're going to find that I sometimes disagree with the modernists because of that. Now, in order to get started, what I'd like to do is take, first of all, 9 ground rules. I'm going to try to give you a milieu through which we can start to look at all the passages. Now, this is probably going to be the hardest 30 minutes that we do, okay? But if we can get through this, then all of the other scriptures are going to start to make sense, okay? So, first of all, let's start with the first one. Prophecy foretells events in advance of any human foresight. I don't think most of you disagree with that, but I wanted to make very clear that there is true prophecy in the Bible. Okay? The Old Testament really did foretell the place that Jesus was going to be born. For example, King Herod, when the wise men came to him, he turned to the Jewish leaders and said, "Where is this Jewish king supposed to be born?" Okay? They turned to Micah chapter 5 verse 2 and 2 Samuel chapter 5 verse 2, and they said, you know what? He's going to be born in Bethlehem. How did they know that? Because the Old Testament really did foretell an event beyond what any human could have seen. No human would have picked Bethlehem as the place where the Messiah would be born. But Scripture foretold it. And it took the Caesar to put a new tax on the people in Judea to make it happen. But God made it happen. Ground rule 2. Numbers in prophecy have a symbolic meaning that takes precedence over all other meanings. Now, what do I mean by that? We all wear one of these on our wrists. How many of you have a watch on your hand? Okay. Numbers mean something different to us. Do you know these were not on Jesus' wrist? Mary never wore one of these. Okay. Joseph never had one of these. Numbers meant something different to them. Now, granted, there were numbers that, you counted things and, you didn't want to be cheated in the marketplace. But when it came to spiritual affairs, the symbolic meaning of a number took precedence over everything else. Okay? For example, the number of God is 3. Okay? The number of the world is 4. God working in the world perfectly is the number 7 or 12, which is those two numbers added together or multiplied. The number of completeness is 10. The number of completeness is 1,000, because that's 10 cubed. Okay? These numbers were very, very symbolic to them. Okay? For example, in the Old Testament, it says, and I remember a song about this, I'm going to try to sing it for you here. He owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, the wealth in every mine. Now you know why I don't make my money singing, okay? How many of you have heard that song? Oh, golly, okay, one of you, okay. Now, that's a direct quote from the Psalms. God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. Which 1,000? Which thousands does he own it on? That's a ridiculous question, isn't it? That's not what the verse is trying to say. 1,000 is the fact that he owns everything that he needs. He owns it all. It's complete. His wealth is complete. He doesn't need our offerings, okay? This is very clear in Jeremiah chapter 29, verse 10, where Jeremiah predicts that the Babylonian Empire will come and conquer Jerusalem and take them into captivity for 70 years. Now, 70 is 3 plus 4, 7, times 10. God working in the world completely. It's a complete time of God's working his judgment out on the people of Israel for what they had done. But you know what? When we look at history, they weren't in captivity for 70 years. Did you know that? They weren't. Even someone as literalistic about Scripture as Dr. John Walvoord, who did more to promote the rapture idea here in America probably than any other one man. He just died a few months ago at the ripe old age of 92. But he said in Daniel, the key to prophetic revelation, that this prophecy had to have been either 67 years or 71 years. There's no way to make it work out to 70 years. And working in the Old Testament with calendars is very, very complicated, so we're not going to get all into it. But why did God give Jeremiah the wrong number? If it was going to be 67 years, why didn't he say, Jeremiah, you're going to be in captivity for 67 years? Because the number 70 symbolically was more important than the fact that it was 67 or 71 years. It was about 70 years. But the number's symbolic importance was more important than the exact years that it was. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, we're going to go to the next one. Ground rule 3. An event can be a prophecy pointing to a still future and final fulfillment. And when it is, we should carefully consider the entire historical context of the initial scripture prophecy under examination. Let me give you an example. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. Behold, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, a young woman, a virgin, shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Now, most of us don't realize that this prophecy was fulfilled in the very next chapter of Isaiah, in Isaiah chapter 8, verse 4. Isaiah tells us it was fulfilled. That a young woman had a son, and that by the time that son was weaned, the enemies of Jerusalem had been dispersed. That's what the promise was all about. But something interesting started to happen immediately after that prophecy was fulfilled. The Jewish leaders of Israel looked at those events and said that the events themselves prophesied another future event. And that virgin that would conceive and bear a son, we know by what name? Mary. Mary when she had the Messiah. So the prophecy was fulfilled within that lifetime. But then that entire milieu of what happens in Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, all those events stand as a prophecy themselves to what would happen when the Messiah came. And so that by the time Jesus came on the scene, it was very common knowledge that, in fact, the Septuagint was translated that word as virgin, that prophecy, that event that happened back in Isaiah's time was going to be fulfilled in when the Messiah came. So when we look at a prophecy, sometimes it's fulfilled rather rapidly, but that event itself is also going to possibly be fulfilled at the end of time. Now, why is this important for us? Well, it's important for one very simple reason. 99% of the prophecy in Scripture is already fulfilled. But many of those events stand as a prophetic announcement of what will happen at the very end. Okay? So, as we go through some of the prophecies and we say, well, that one's already been fulfilled. Yes, that may be true. But it doesn't mean that that doesn't tell us something about what will come. What I'm saying is not at all unusual. Let me quote St. Thomas to just let you know that this ground rule is not a new one, okay? St. Thomas says, the author of scriptures is God, who has the power to endow with significance not only the words, but also the events themselves. In every science, words have meaning. In this science alone, in other words, in Scripture, what is meant by the words has a further meaning. He was actually giving us a commentary on someone earlier called St. Gregory. And what St. Gregory said is that Scripture transcends all other sciences by the way it uses one and the same discourse to tell history and to reveal mystery. In other words, the events of history itself, the history of the Old Testament, that very history stands as a prophecy of what will come in the New Covenant. Let me quote Pope Pius XII, who also has something to say for us. He said, what was said and done in the Old Testament was ordained and disposed by God with such consummate wisdom that things past prefigured in a spiritual way those that were to come under the new dispensation of grace. In other words, the events themselves stand as a prophecy. Okay, ground rule number 4. If you are a real stickler, is there anybody here whose garage looks really, really nice? Okay, good. Okay, 2. Okay. My dentist's garage is absolutely immaculate. And that's one thing I like about my dentist, okay? Because when I have somebody, drilling in I want to make sure that he has everything where he's supposed to have it, because then he has it that way in my mouth, right? So just a word of advice, always go by and look at your dentist's garage before you go in, okay? But if you're that kind of person, this next rule may bother you a little bit, because it's a little bit messy. And that is that apocalyptic visions may use one object to symbolize more than one reality. It may symbolize 2 realities. This goes so against what we believe as 21st century Americans that I'm just going to quote for you Revelations chapter 17, verses 3 through 10. You can look it up later if you want to. But in that vision, John tells us that a woman was sitting on a scarlet beast, and it had 7 heads and 10 horns. And then he tells us what the 7 heads are. He says the 7 heads are 7 hills on which the woman is seated. They are also 7 kings. So the 7 heads, John tells us specifically something that we find in all apocalyptic literature, but he spells it out. That one symbol, the 7 heads, actually has 2 meanings. They're 7 hills, but they're also 7 kings. We're going to find it over and over in apocalyptic literature. Especially St. John liked to do this. Okay, ground rule number 5. Apocalyptic literature uses dramatic imagery of cataclysmic heavenly disruptions to describe changes within the human political sphere. When a king is defeated, apocalyptic literature likes to talk about a star falling from heaven. When an empire is destroyed, apocalyptic literature is going to describe that as the heavens being rolled up as a scroll and earthquakes occurring. In other words, they take political changes and they describe it in phenomenal language. Okay? Now, how do we know this? Because that's how the Old Testament uses it. For example, in Isaiah chapter 13, 9 through 13, Isaiah is describing the destruction of Babylon by the Medes and the Persians. That happened in 539 BC. Daniel was alive when that happened. But this is how he describes it. The day of the Lord comes to make the earth a desolation, for the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. This is a description of Babylon falling. But when you look at it, the language, it looks like it's the end of the world. Well, it was for the Babylonians. It was the end of the world for them. All right? And if you look at apocalyptic literature without understanding this right here, none of it makes sense. Okay? Now, I'm just going to quote a couple other places if you want to look later where this same thing occurs. In Isaiah 34, 4 through 10, we're told that the skies will roll up like a scroll, and all the stars shall fall as leaves fall from the vine. This was fulfilled when Edom was destroyed in the 6th century BC. Bible scholars look at these verses and say, yes, this was fulfilled. Sometimes he's telling us this was fulfilled. Okay? In Ezekiel chapter 32, verse 7 and 8, the downfall of Pharaoh and Egypt is foretold. And it says, I will cover the heavens and make their stars dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon will not give its light. This is essential for us to understand when we get into the Olivet Discourse and when we get into Revelation. When apocalyptic literature talks like this, it's talking about a political change in the world. And it translates that into something bigger. Nahum 1:5 talks about the destruction of Nineveh. And it says, the mountains will quake and the hills will melt. In Ezekiel 32, I already mentioned that. Jeremiah chapter 4, verses 23 through 28, the destruction of Jerusalem at the hands of Babylon is foretold. You can read that on your own if you want to later. But the point is, I think, well made, I hope, that when you get into apocalyptic literature, and it says that the sun is going to fall out of the sky, and that the moon is not going to give light, and a third of the stars fall to the ground, that is apocalyptic imagery for political change. The empires of the world are going to change at that moment. Okay? We're doing good on time. Rule number 6. Most physical objects in the Bible signify spiritual realities. Okay? For us, in our examination today, clouds are very important to realize that whenever we see clouds in the Bible associated with God or with Christ, it has to do with him coming in his glory as judge of the world. Now, this is not a new idea, and I'll give you a few references that you can look up if you want to at your own leisure. Exodus chapter 16:10, Exodus 34:5, Leviticus 16:2, 1 Kings 8:10 through 11. Clouds signify the glory of God. We see it in the New Testament at the Transfiguration, Matthew chapter 17. Jesus is up there, he's got 3 disciples, Elijah and Moses come and talk to him, and there's one other person present, and who is that? Besides Moses and Elijah, we see God the Father there, and he's signified by what? A cloud. A cloud comes over there, and Peter gets so shook up that he says some really stupid things, okay? But we're told that a voice came out of the cloud and said, "This is my Son, my chosen. Listen to him." God in his glory came to back up his Son when Peter got a little bit goofy. All right? It happened at the Transfiguration. And sometimes these clouds aren't even something that you see. Scripture uses clouds when really there are no clouds around. For example, in Psalm chapter 104, 1 through 3, it says, O Lord my God, thou art very great, who makest the clouds thy chariot. Probably there were no clouds involved, but clouds started to take on this symbolic thing of God coming as judge. In Isaiah chapter 19, 1 through 2, this becomes very clear. It says, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. Now, when did that prophecy get fulfilled? When did God ride the clouds and come to Egypt? He came when the Assyrian army conquered Egypt. We're told that God's going to come in a cloud to Egypt and judge you. And what you and I see in history is the Assyrian army being used by God in his cloud to destroy Egypt. The same thing happens in Daniel. We won't have time to look at it when we get to Daniel, so let me talk about it now. Remember, Daniel's an old man, and Belteshazzar takes out the golden goblets from the temple, and they're toasting the god of wine and the god of gold. And there's a hand, just a hand, okay, that comes and writes on the wall. Do you remember this story in Daniel? And it says some words, and basically it ruins the party, okay? Everybody, looks at the wall, there's this hand, just a hand writing, okay? And the king's mother says, go get Daniel. He knows what that means, okay? Daniel comes, he says, let me tell you what it means, Belteshazzar. It means God is going to judge you tonight. Now, did God come that night? Yes, he did. In the form of Cyrus and the Medo-Persian army. That night, Belteshazzar was judged. Daniel said, God's going to judge you. What all the people in the streets saw was the Persian army marching through the city of Babylon. But was it God's judgment? You bet it was. You bet it was. All right? So, that's ground rule 6. Ground rule 7. Apocalyptic literature. Okay, that is about Ezekiel 37. The whole Israel has been decimated, okay? And Ezekiel is promising that that will not go on forever. Babylon will not rule over Israel forever. That God is going to take those dead, dry bones that is Jerusalem, and he's going to gather them up, and he's going to make Jerusalem and Israel alive again. When you look at the verses in Ezekiel chapter 37, it uses resurrection language with these bones. But what it's describing is the gathering together of God's people that have been scattered and the spiritual reformation, rejuvenation, reformation of God's people. Now, in the New Testament, we use the same language. If you've listened carefully to whenever a child is baptized, they talk about it as a resurrection. Why? Because that child was spiritually dead, and he is now spiritually alive. It's a resurrection, okay? Jesus in Luke chapter 15, verse 24, tells the story of the prodigal son. How many of you know the story of the prodigal son? Of course. But when the father sees the son far away, he doesn't say, oh, good, my son's back. He says, this, my son, was dead and is alive again. Did the son really die? No. But not being in communion, not being in contact with the Father for you and I is just as bad as death. And when we come back to him, whether it be the first time through baptism or the second time through what we're going to do at 4 o'clock, which is the sacrament of reconciliation, when we come back to them, it is a spiritual resurrection. And that spiritual resurrection is more important than any physical resurrection that can ever occur. Because for the physical resurrection to occur, there must first be the spiritual resurrection. Think about Jesus when he healed the lame man. When he healed that lame man, the Pharisees criticized him. Why did they criticize him? Because he said, your sins are forgiven. He did a spiritual resurrection on the man. And so he was criticized for that. And he said, which is harder? Which is harder? The spiritual resurrection or making this man walk again? Giving him a physical rejuvenation. And his point is obvious. The spiritual resurrection is the harder one. Okay, so we need to realize that resurrection language will sometimes be used in the Bible, and especially in apocalyptic literature, for a spiritual rejuvenation. Okay, two more. Number 8, chronological order should never be assumed as the unifying element in visions. In fact, it almost never is. One of the biggest mistakes that people make in the book of Revelation, for example, is they assume that these things all happen in chronological order. For the first 12 centuries of the church, nobody believed that. That was unheard of. Until Joachim of Fiore came up with that stupid idea, nobody took those visions and put them back to back. Those visions look at the same events over and over again. Visions always do. Visions always have. We're going to see in the book of Daniel that that's how Daniel treats the visions. But if you go even before that to the Joseph, the first dreamer of dreams, okay? The first dreamer of dreams had 2 dreams. The first one he dreamed was about the sheaves. 11 sheaves bowed down to 1 sheaf, right? That was his brothers were going to bow down to who? To him. Then the second vision that he had was 12 stars, a moon, and a sun. And 11 of the stars bowed down to the 1 star, and the moon and the sun bowed down to that 1 star. And the moon and the sun, this dream got his father upset because that was who? That was his father and mother were going to bow down to him. Okay? Now, do we put these chronologically behind each other? No. The second vision is giving us a few more details of the first vision, and that's what happens in Daniel as well. Then the last ground rule, Christ's first advent, when Christ came, his passion, his resurrection, that catapulted humanity into the end of the age, or the last days. You've all seen the cartoons of people with placards that says, the end is near. You know, they're walking by, and usually it's a guy with a long beard, and he says, the end is coming, or the end is near, right? The church disagrees. The end is here. The end has been here ever since Christ came. And whenever we look at the verses in Scripture that talks about the end, we need to realize that for the Jewish mindset, which is what the early church was, the end occurred the moment the Messiah came. There were only 3 ages. There was the age before Moses, there was the age between Moses and the Messiah, and there was the end, which was after the Messiah had come. This totally permeates all of the New Testament, okay? For example, Jude chapter 18 shows this. He says, in the last times there will be scoffers. You must remember this, beloved. He's talking to them and saying, you're in the last time. You're in the end times. In Hebrews chapter 1, verses 1 and 2, he says, God has spoken to us in these last days by his Son. In Hebrews 9:26, he says that Christ has appeared once for all at the end of the age to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. In Acts chapter 2, St. Peter preaches the first sermon that brings in thousands of people into the church. And he quotes the prophet Joel, and he says, in the last days, and he applies that passage to what's going on in 30 AD. We've been in the last days for almost 2 millennia. And when we read Scripture, we need to understand that. The pivotal event in all of Scripture was the incarnation. And ever since then, we've been in the last day. The Catechism sums this up well. It says in paragraph 670, it says, since the ascension, God's plan has entered into its fulfillment. We are already in the last hour. Already the final age of the world is with us, and the renewal of the world is irrevocably underway. It is now even anticipated in a real way. So that is our ground rules. We're going to come back to these, but I hope we won't have to justify these again, okay? So what we'll do is we'll keep this sign up here so you can see these ground rules, or maybe you've written them down. And what we'll do is we'll come back, and when we come to a passage, I may just say, that's an illustration of ground rule 3, okay? So that every time we get into the passage, we won't have to deal with that. Now, let me just give you a little bit of a hint about where we're going next hour, and then we're going to close. We're going to go from here into the book of Daniel. Now, I think Daniel is the most exciting book of the Old Testament. There is no doubt about the fact it is the most misunderstood. In fact, it's the only book of the Bible that I know of that Jesus so corrected the Jewish idea of what was being said in the book of Daniel that the early church took it and put it in a different part of the canon. The Jewish people looked at the book of Daniel and said, oh, that's all history. That's all been fulfilled. That has all happened in Antiochus' time. 200 years ago, it's all done. By the way, the modernists say that now. But Jesus said, no. Part of Daniel is still to come. Part of Daniel will still be fulfilled. The early church took that historical book from the Jewish canon and they placed it in with the prophetic books. There's 4 major prophets in our Bible: Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel. They took this historical book and they believed what Jesus said, and they said, no, some of this is still to come, and it's a prophet. There's one theme that ties all 4 of the major prophets together, and that is that all 4 of them talk about the new covenant. The 4 major prophets all talked of this covenant. Let me give you that to you real quick, and then we're going to take our break. In Isaiah chapter 55, verse 3, incline your ear and come and hear that your soul may live, and I will make an everlasting covenant. Ezekiel talked about a covenant of peace. In Ezekiel 37:26, he says, this is God speaking, I will make a covenant of peace with them. Jeremiah spoke of this. This is probably the most well-known, Jeremiah 31:31 through 34. I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, and I will put my law within them, and I will write it upon their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. Daniel 2 talks about this new everlasting covenant of peace. And the rapturists don't even see it. They don't even see that the strong covenant of Daniel and what he says about the strong covenant is the reason that the early church took that historical book and grouped it with the other 3 major prophets. Okay, people will be filtering in from the break, but we're going to go ahead and get started because this is, in my opinion, the most exciting book of the Old Testament. Time waits for no man. So that's why we're going to start. Time flies when you're having fun. Time heals all wounds. Time marches on. Time is money. Timing is everything. These are just a few of the sayings that we use about time. Time is the most important concept in the book of Daniel. Let me read to you what St. Jerome said. He wrote a very early commentary on the book of Daniel. None of the prophets has spoken so clearly concerning Christ as has this prophet Daniel. For not only did he assert that he would come, a prediction common to the other prophets as well, but he also set forth the very time at which he would come. Moreover, he went through the various kings in order, stated the actual number of years involved, and announced beforehand the clearest signs of events to come. Daniel lived about 600 years in the mid-6th century BC before Christ. So what he's predicting is going to take about 600 years to unfold. okay? Now, before we get into the book, I want to warn you about what the rapturists do with Daniel. We're only going to look at 3 of the visions. There's actually 6 visions and a lot of history, but we're going to just look at 3 of them because of time constraints. If you want to look at more of them, you'll have to buy the book, okay? But the 3 visions that we're going to look at all tell us when the Messiah is going to come. And in all 3 of these visions, although that is the primary focus of Daniel, when is the Messiah going to come? In all 3 of these visions, the rapturist inserts into the middle of the timeline of Daniel's vision a 2,000-year parenthesis. They call it the parenthetical church age, and they put it right in the middle of every one of his visions. Okay? Why do they do this? Well, I call it the presumptuous parenthesis. Okay? Because if someone told me they were going to meet me in 6 minutes down at the corner, and I rushed down there to get down there, and then instead of coming in 6 minutes, they were 20 minutes late for that 6-minute appointment from now, that's analogous to what the rapturists are doing. They're inserting a parenthesis into Daniel's timeline that is 3 to 4 times longer than the timeline that Daniel gives us. Why do they do this? Well, it's because Daniel tells us that the kingdom of heaven, the messianic kingdom, will be established at a certain time. We believe that that messianic kingdom was established at the time that Daniel predicted, during the first advent. And the name of that messianic kingdom for you and I in everyday lingo is what? The kingdom of God, or the church. The church is the kingdom that Daniel predicted the Messiah would set up. He gave the timeline of when it would happen, but that is a very dangerous concept to a rapturist. In fact, it's a dangerous concept to most Protestants. Because if you believe that the kingdom was set up at the first advent, and it won't be set up at the second advent, that millennium, that 1,000-year kingdom that the rapturists are always talking about after the rapture and after the tribulation, if you believe we are now in the messianic kingdom, then what is the natural response? The natural response is try to find it. And there is only one church that can even remotely make a claim to being the worldwide kingdom of Christ that was predicted in Daniel. And that church goes by the name of the Roman Catholic Church. I speak from experience. Daniel was pivotal to me in my journey to the church. When I realized what I had always been doing in the book of Daniel, that I had been dishonest with what Daniel said, the first thing that came to my mind is, okay, where is the kingdom? I looked at every Protestant denomination and their claims for being the kingdom, which the covenant churches make that claim, the Dutch Reformed, the Presbyterian, the Methodist, those churches, their claim to being the kingdom, to me, when I looked at them, it was laughable. They were not worldwide. They did not span the time frame that Daniel talked about. And they just didn't look like a kingdom. The church, the Roman Catholic Church, was the only place. So it's a very dangerous thing. So it's very important to them to put this parenthesis in the middle of Daniel's prophecy. Okay, so let's look at the visions. But before we do, we're going to run through this outline, okay? This is going to help you. Now, the reason this is going to help you is because I'm going to give you a little clue. Daniel's outline is copied precisely by St. John when he writes the book of Revelation. If you want to know the book of Revelation's outline, you look at the book of Daniel. Okay, we'll get into that a little bit later. But what he does is he starts out in chapter 1 and he gives the historical setting of the book. And that is Babylon has conquered Jerusalem and God's people are under persecution. If you don't eat the food of the king, you're being disloyal. Same thing happens in St. John's day. If you don't eat the king's food that's been sacrificed to the idols, you're in trouble. If you pray and disobey the emperor and don't worship the emperor but instead worship God in Daniel's day, what happens to you? Daniel in the lion's den, right? You get thrown to the lions. In St. John's day, if you don't pray to the emperor in the town square and throw the incense in, what happens to you? You get thrown to the lions in the Colosseum. The parallels are unbelievable between these two books, okay? So they both start out, the historical setting, God's people are being persecuted. Second thing is then we have an initial vision. In Daniel, that's in the 2nd chapter. That is the key vision that gives us the whole sum of what Daniel's trying to teach. We're going to look at that in a minute. Then he takes a hiatus, okay? And in chapter 3 through 6, he talks about 3 different important people. Now, these events are important for Daniel because they modify, they talk about some things, some issues in the initial vision, okay? But we're not going to have time to look at those today, okay? Then the rest of the book, almost the rest of the book, the 4th segment of Daniel is a series of 5 visions. Those 5 visions give us more information about the initial vision's message, okay? We're going to look at only the first one of those, A, what I call A. So the initial vision is recapitulated, okay, in the 4th section. This is chapters 7 through 12. And the first one of those is the vision of the battle strategy of the beast. We're going to look at that one. We're not going to look at the vision of the battle strategy of the goat and the ram, but we are going to look at the vision of the battle strategy of God's people. These exact same visions will appear in Revelation. You're going to see the exact same outline. Then there's a thematic summary at the end, which is chapters 13 and 14. Okay? Protestants miss the thematic summary in Daniel because they don't have it in their Bible. Okay? We're more fortunate, we have the entire Bible, so we have it. Okay, so let's go back to that initial vision. What happens? Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and he tells his wise men, I want you to tell me the meaning of the dream. One trick, I'm not going to tell you the dream. Now put yourself in the wise men's position. You got the king here, and he's saying, you tell me the meaning of a dream, and I'm not going to tell you the dream. And they're all headed off to the lion's den. They're all going to be killed. Daniel says, wait a minute. I think my God can answer this mystery. Now here's what's interesting about how Daniel lays this out. Daniel mentions the word mystery 8 times in this initial vision. 8 times. Now, numbers, remember over here, ground rule, numbers are important in apocalyptic literature. 8 is the number of who? It's the Messiah's number. Why is it the Messiah's number from our perspective? On what day was Christ raised from the dead? On the 8th day, otherwise known as the first day. The 8th day is Christ's number. So Daniel mentions this mystery 8 times because the vision is going to reveal the mystery of the Messianic kingdom. The mystery of the Messianic kingdom is going to be revealed in this first vision. Okay, now let's talk about it. So Daniel tells him the dream, and he tells him the meaning of it. He says, the head of the image you saw was of gold. His breasts and arms were of silver. His belly and thighs were of bronze. And his legs were of iron. And his feet partly of iron and partly of clay. He said, those 4 divisions are 4 kingdoms, King Nebuchadnezzar, that are going to come. Now, does anybody know their ancient history well enough to know what those are? The gold head is Babylon. That's who Nebuchadnezzar was the king of. The silver breast and arms, anybody? The Medo-Persian Empire. They conquered Babylon when Belteshazzar took those gold goblets out. Medo-Persian Empire was conquered by the thighs of bronze. Does anybody know who that would be? The Greeks. That's right. Alexander the Great came and swept through the Persian Empire all the way down to India unbelievably quick. His army could move unbelievably fast. And then the last one, the Iron Kingdom, mixed with clay, who would that be? Rome. This is Nebuchadnezzar. You're seeing the future. Those are the 4 kingdoms that are going to be coming. Now here's where it gets interesting. He says, a stone then in your dream that was cut out by no human hand smote the image, so that not a trace of the image could be found. And the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. Now, every early church commentator said that the stone was who? The stone that wasn't cut out by human hands would be who? Jesus. It was the Messiah. So what is the message of Nebuchadnezzar's mysterious dream? That there would be 4 kingdoms. The Babylonian, the Medo-Persian, the Greek, and the Roman. And during the Roman Empire, the Messiah would come and set up his kingdom. That's the message. It's very simple. He says, in fact, in verse 44 of that chapter, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. Its sovereignty shall not be left to another people. It shall break in pieces all these kingdoms and bring them to an end. And it shall stand forever. Now let me ask you something. Do you think Daniel's vision was fulfilled? I think so. During the Roman Empire, Christ came and he set up a kingdom that is still around 2,000 years later. Granted, it's not the kind of kingdom that the Jews were looking for, but a kingdom it is nevertheless. And Christ called it a kingdom, okay? So what does the rapturist do? They take that 4th kingdom, the iron, legs, and clay. They take that 4th kingdom and they say, you know what? That kingdom we're going to split in 2 and it is going to reappear. Most of the time they say it's going to reappear in the European Union, okay? And that 4th kingdom will reappear, and at that time, the kingdom of Christ will be established. Now, just on the surface of it, I know we went through that very, very quickly. Does that really seem like an honest way to deal with the Scriptures? Is that what Daniel was trying to say? Or are they taking Daniel's message and twisting it to say something that really it does not say? Daniel's message is really very clear. There's a mystery of the kingdom. The mystery is this, that there will be 4 kingdoms, and during the 4th one, the eternal messianic kingdom will be set up. In fact, the stone that grows into a mountain reminds me very much of Jesus' words in Matthew chapter 13, verse 31 and following. He said, the kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field. It is the smallest of all seeds. But when it has grown, it is the greatest of shrubs and becomes a tree. He's talking about that stone that breaks the image into pieces, growing into, as Daniel said, a great mountain. The church that we see today. Now, that's the initial vision. It's really pretty simple. Pretty straightforward if you just take the vision for what it says and don't try to put a 2,000-year hiatus into the middle of that 4th kingdom. Okay? Anyone that says if the European Union were to become the most powerful empire in the world, that is somehow the same empire as the ancient Roman Empire, I think that is stretching it past the point of credulity. It's not credible, okay? But that's what they have to do. Okay, now, then Daniel gives us some historical things in chapter 3, 4, 5, and 6. But in chapter 7, he returns to this whole idea of the vision of the mysterious kingdom, the messianic kingdom. And he's going to give us a little bit more detail. So we're going to go into the next couple visions here. Now, let me tell you what he does. In this first vision, vision A, which starts in chapter 7, this stone comes down and breaks the image up. But in this first recapitulating vision, Daniel's going to give us some details. In other words, is the image going to fight back? Doesn't that come to your mind? Is the image going to take this laying down? Or is the image, this fourth kingdom, is it going to fight for its survival? It's the vision of the battle strategy of the beasts. Okay? Now, they have a dream. There's again 4 entities. They again symbolize Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and Rome. But this time, they're not parts of a statue. This time in chapter 7, these 4 kingdoms are signified by what? Beasts, okay? The first was like a lion, and it had eagle's wings. The second one, like a bear. Another, like a leopard, with 4 wings of a bird on his back. Remember how Alexander the Great could move his armies at great speed? Like a leopard with wings on his back. And the last beast, a 4th beast, terrible, dreadful, exceedingly strong. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and broke in pieces, and it stamped the residue with its feet, and it had 10 horns. This last beast would be in Daniel's vision what? Which empire? Rome. Rome had 10 provinces. And that's how most early commentators looked at those 10 horns, as it was the 10 provinces of Rome. Judea, for example, was one of them. You go over to the west, Britannia was another one. So they had these 10 provinces, and they ruled their empire through the provincial governments, okay? But it's the same 4 empires. They are just now pictured as vicious beasts fighting back. These 4 empires, the empires of the world, are not going to take the Messianic kingdom laying down. The person that stands behind the worldly kingdoms is Satan. He knows that the Messianic kingdom is his doom. And he's going to fight back, and they look like terrible beasts. So this vision gives us some more details concerning what happens when the stone hits the statue. What is looked at as instantaneous in the first vision is now sort of drawn out and explained to us so that we can see what actually happens, okay? It also goes a little bit further past it. It says that the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and forever. That's a new group of people that we haven't heard about before. Now we find out that there's saints in this kingdom. Okay, so how does the beast, this 4th beast, fight back? Well, we're told that there's a little horn. This little horn on this beast does several things. He had a mouth that spoke great things, and he spoke words against the Most High. Nowadays we call that blasphemy. He tried to change the times and the law. In other words, the Jewish law, he tried to amend it. He tried to change it. That's in chapter 7, verse 25. He plucked up 3 royal people before him. In other words, he put down 3 royal people in chapter 7, verse 24. When you look at how this small horn of that last beast is described, it fits the life and career of one Roman Caesar to a glove. It fits the life of Caesar Nero. Nero was well known for the fact that he had a big mouth. Okay? He spoke great things about himself. He also blasphemed God repeatedly. Roman emperor worship was common by the time Nero came along. The difference with Nero is he actually believed it. He actually thought he deserved it. He actually had the idea that maybe he really was God. He tried to change the times and the seasons, the festivals, and the law that the Jewish people observed, just as Daniel predicted that he would. In fact, one of the things that started a war with Jerusalem was they stopped sacrificing in the temple for the Caesar. He got them to start sacrificing for the Caesar. Even the 3 royal people that are plucked up before this little horn fits the life of Nero. There were 3 important people in Nero's life. He was not really of royal lineage. His mother was Agrippina, and she married the emperor, Octavia. When she married Octavia, she asked Octavia to put Nero in the royal lineage. In other words, to be the next person to be emperor. This meant that Nero would take a step in front of Octavia's real son, his son by birth, Britannicus. In order to make this a little bit easier to swallow, Nero married Octavia's daughter, Britannicus' sister. After Nero became emperor, he had all three of these people killed. In other words, the three people that had helped him ascend to the throne, he turned around and had them taken out of the way. They had power bases separate from his own. He's a very ruthless man, and he fits the description of Daniel like a glove. Even the end of what happens to Nero fits what Daniel says. Daniel says, "This little horn, his dominion shall be taken away from him, and it'll be consumed and destroyed." Nero was the last in his dynasty. Nero did not have a son or an adopted son that became emperor after him. Nero did not choose who would be the next emperor. Nero committed suicide. He committed suicide when the army and even his own bodyguard turned against him. And the next emperor of Rome was a man that was not of royal lineage and hated Nero. His name was Vespasian. So even what Daniel tells us about this little horn and how he ended fits with Nero. But there's one more important thing that's very, very important about this Nero, this little horn. And that is, this little horn made war with the saints and prevailed over them in chapter 7, verse 21. Now, we've just been introduced to the saints. The saints are the citizens of this kingdom, correct? The saints are the name that Daniel gives to the citizens of the kingdom. And he's telling us that in the vision of the battle strategy of the beast, there will be a little horn that will try to blot out every citizen of God's kingdom. And Nero did that. Nero was the first Caesar to turn on the church. He did it in 64 AD. Up until that point, the Roman Empire sort of looked at Christianity as a small little sect within Judaism. And they said, you know what, they're killing each other and, that's fine, but that's just sort of a Jewish problem. Let's let them handle that, okay? But in 64 AD, that all changed because Nero wanted to expand his palace. And so he started a fire. And that fire in July of 64 burned down 2/3 of Rome. At the end of the fire, Nero had to have someone to blame it on. And he found and it was the Christian church. The Christians started the fire. And the Christians were the ones that did that. Now, as a result, the whole Roman Empire took the side of the Jerusalem leaders, the Sanhedrin, against this small little church, which we now know is the kingdom of God. And they almost succeeded in blotting it out, okay? The whole Roman Empire turned against the church until February of 67. And in February of 67, something else happened. In February of 67, Nero decided that the Christians weren't the real enemy. The real enemy was Jerusalem. Now, what had happened? In 66, in the summer, Jerusalem revolted. There was a general in Jerusalem, or in Israel, with the Roman garrison, and the Jerusalem priests, temple priests, decided to stop their sacrifices for Nero every day. They sacrificed for Nero in the Jerusalem temple. They stopped it. This made the Romans so mad that he came and attacked the temple. And actually, it looked like he was going to win. But for some unknown reason, he started a retreat across the Israeli Judean countryside. He lost 6,000 Roman soldiers in that retreat, and most of his animals and most of his war material. In that retreat, the Jerusalem people thought that they had come back. So they declared war on Rome. There was only one garrison left. This was now a garrison of Roman soldiers surrounded by hostile territory. So the Romans in that garrison promised to lay down their weapons if they were given safe conduct. The Jews agreed, said that they would give them safe conduct. The minute they laid down their weapons and started to retreat, they slaughtered them to the man. This so enraged Nero that in February of 67 AD, he declared war officially on the Jewish people. It's called the Roman-Jewish War, the Jewish-Roman War. Okay? It extended from 67 AD, February, until August of 70 AD. Exactly 42 months. Exactly 42 months. Now, that switch of strategy on the Roman Empire, secular historians tell us is the only reason the church survived. Because if the Roman Empire had continued to pursue Christians at the rate at which they were, we would have all been wiped out. I want to propose to you that there's another reason the church wasn't wiped out. It's because even though the beast was fighting against, the beast's battle strategy was try to wipe this small kingdom out before it could grow, that the Messiah had already come, and the Messiah's kingdom had already been established, and the Messiah himself would not allow it to be overrun. So in 67 AD, Nero declared war, and in Daniel chapter 7, in the vision of the battle strategy of the beast, Daniel tells us that there will be a war against the law, against the Jerusalem people by the little horn, and he exactly predicts the amount of time. He tells us that that war will go for 3.5 years. Now, how many months is 3.5 years? 42. Daniel tells us that the war that the little horn will make on the law will be for 3.5 years. A time, 2 times, and half a time. It's an Old Testament way of saying 3.5. For 3.5 years, there'll be a war. When we look at what happened in the first century, that's exactly what happened. In 64, Nero turned on the church and decided to blot it off the face of the earth. And at that time, the Jewish leaders were saying, go get them, go get them. They didn't like us either, okay? In 66, Jerusalem revolts. 67, February, Nero sends Vespasian to try to conquer Jerusalem back again. And that takes 42 months, the exact amount of time that Daniel predicted 500 years earlier. Now the vision gets interesting, okay? Let me read to you what Daniel says happens during this 42 months, okay? Daniel tells us in Daniel chapter 7, verse 13 and 14, if you got your Bible, and I'm quoting, "With the clouds of heaven there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. And to him was given dominion and glory and kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. And his dominion is an everlasting dominion which shall not pass away, and his kingdom shall not be destroyed." Now, does that sound vaguely familiar? Remember, when we were in this first vision, the initial vision, there was a kingdom that was going to be set up. And very much the same language was used. That was the kingdom that Christ set up at his first coming. And in fact, this is the very same, one and the same kingdom. Daniel's saying that at this time the kingdom will be established. But let's go back and look at the passage, because some people look at this passage, including rapturists, and say, you know what? This has not happened yet. This has got to be the second coming. Okay? Now, in that, they're disagreeing with the church. In the church's liturgy, if you look up Daniel chapter 7, verse 13 and 14, and find out where in the Mass readings that is, it is connected with Christ's first advent. This occurred in the first advent. Now, how do we know that? Let's look at it. First of all, who are the players? Okay, there's two people mainly, right? There's the Ancient of Days, who would be who? God. And there's the Son of Man, who would be the Messiah, Christ, okay? In fact, Jesus in Matthew chapter 26 says, I am the Son of Man. He takes this exact passage, this exact phrase for himself and says, I am the Son of Man, okay? Now, what's going on here, okay? The Son of Man is making a trip and coming somewhere. If you've got the passage in front of you, who is he going to? He's going to the Ancient of Days. And here's where the rapturists don't look at the passage. They say he's coming to us. That's not what the passage says. The passage says he's coming to the Ancient of Days. This occurred at the Ascension. This happened at the first Advent. It's very clear in the passage that he's going to the Ancient of Days, and he's going to be presented before him. So this passage, this prediction, happened during the first Advent, and where did it happen? Primarily in heaven. But Jesus gives us some other details about this. In the Matthew passage that I just mentioned before, Matthew chapter 26, Jesus tells us, chapter 26, verse 64, Jesus says, I tell you, now he's talking to the people that are judging him and condemning him to death. They are right in the process of condemning him to death. He says, I tell you hereafter that you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power. Whose right hand? The Ancient of Days. He's alluding to this Daniel passage. And you will see him coming on the clouds of heaven. So Jesus, in the very midst of his trial, refers back to this vision of the battle strategy of the beast. And he says, you that are condemning me to death, you will see me seated by the Ancient of Days. And you will see me coming on the clouds. Now, on the clouds means what? Ground rule? Glory as judge. Will become as the judge in glory. So what Jesus is saying to the Sanhedrin is, you think that you are judging me to death. And you may be. But the final judgment will come. And you will see it in your lifetime. And I will judge you. I will come in the clouds of glory. And it will be a judgment you will never forget. Now, how do we put all this together? Let's go back to one of the ground rules. When God says that he's going to come in judgment, do we actually see him there? Not always, right? Sometimes when Egypt is told that God is going to come in as judge, what really shows up is the Assyrian army. Sometimes when Belteshazzar is told that Babylon is going to be judged by God, what really shows up is the Medo-Persian army, okay? And when Jesus tells the Sanhedrin that within this generation, you will see me coming as your judge, what shows up? The Roman army. The Roman army came and did the judgment on the Sanhedrin at the end of the Jewish-Roman war that Daniel predicted 500 years before would last for 3.5 years. This is what he says. This is Jesus speaking in Luke chapter 19, verses 41 to 44. He says, for the days shall come upon you when your enemies will cast up a bank about you and surround you, and they will not leave one stone upon another in you. That all was literally fulfilled in 70 AD. Not one stone in the entire city was left on top of another. They plowed it over as a field, sowed it with salt. But then Jesus goes on. Because, this is why it's going to happen, because You did not know the day of your visitation. You didn't accept me. The battle strategy of the beast was to get people to reject the Messiah. And those that did not reject the Messiah, to try to wipe them off the face of the map. But it didn't work. Now, let's go back to one of the ground rules, ground rule number 3. This event has already been fulfilled. It should not be confused with the second coming. Daniel is not predicting the second coming. He's talking about when the Son of Man comes to the Ancient of Days. However, as with all Old Testament and New Testament events, when something happens, that event in and of itself can be a prediction of the final eschaton, when Christ will come back, will judge the whole entire earth. Okay? Now, there's one more vision we want to look at, and we've got about 10 minutes to do it, so we're going to do it real quick, okay? We're going to look at this vision, which is probably the most difficult passage in the entire Old Testament. We're going to try to do it in 10 minutes. I can't believe we're going to do this, but it's this, we've got the vision strategy of the goat and the ram. We're going to skip over that one. It's the visions of the battle strategy of God's people, okay? We know what the battle strategy of the beast is. Okay, the kingdom's being established, the stone has come down, hit the statue, and they are going to try to wipe the Messianic kingdom off the face of the earth. Okay, so what is the vision of the battle strategy of God's people? What are God's people supposed to do about it? Well, this is being written in 550 AD. So what's God's people supposed to do in 550 AD? What are they supposed to do to help God's plan for how this Messianic kingdom is going to be established? And we're going to look in Daniel chapter 9. That's where the vision is. It's a very complicated vision. We're not going to deal with every little tit and tat of it. But let me tell you what this vision boils down to, the long and the short of it. If you build it, he will come. That'd make a good movie, wouldn't it? If you build it, he will come. That's the battle strategy of the people. God's people. Build the temple, and the Messiah will come. But then there's another second part to the vision. They're not going to live happily ever after. If you build it, if you build the temple, remember the temple is in ruins. Babylon destroyed it. And Daniel's being told, way over in Babylon, if you can get the Jewish people back to Jerusalem, and they rebuild that temple, when that temple is rebuilt, the Messiah will come. You build it, he'll come. But it's not going to turn out the way you think. What's going to happen is the Messiah is going to be cut off. The temple's going to be destroyed. And it's not going to end up happily ever after. That's the message of this vision. Now, there's a lot of things in this vision, and I hate to keep doing this to you. Point by point, you're going to have to go to the book because there's just too much to cover in it all. But basically, that is what the vision says. Now, how do the rapturists deal with it? Let me tell you what they do. They take, and in the middle of a sentence, between verse 25 and 26, they put their 2,000-year hiatus in there. That's where they put their presumptuous parenthesis. For them, here's what the vision says. You build the temple, the Messiah will come, the Messiah will be cut off. 2,000 years happen, okay, then the temple is going to be destroyed. That's why they believe that the temple has to be rebuilt. Because they are saying that verse 26 is still in the future. That when the temple is destroyed, that's still in the future. It hasn't even happened yet. Okay? The simplest way to take the vision, though, is that Daniel wants to know what his strategy is supposed to be. He's waiting for the Messianic kingdom. There's going to be 4 kingdoms. He knows it's going to be a long way off. I mean, Babylon seems unconquerable at that point, and you still have to have the Medo-Persian, and then you still have to have the Greek, and then you still have to have this terrible Roman Empire, okay, before the Messiah comes. So Daniel's told, your strategy, you build the temple, the Messiah will come. The Messiah will be cut off, and the temple will be destroyed. There is no reason in the passage to put a 2,000-year hiatus in between the building of the temple and the destruction of what in the passage is the same temple. But what the rapturist says is a whole nother temple that hasn't even been built yet. Do you all follow me? So the simplest way to take the passage is as what it says. Now let's just look at the passage real quickly. 70 weeks or seasons are decreed concerning your people and your holy city. And here's what's going to happen. In this time frame of when you build it, the Messiah comes, the Messiah is cut off, and the temple is destroyed. We're going to finish transgression. We're going to put an end to sin. We're going to atone for iniquity. We're going to bring in everlasting righteousness. We're going to seal both vision and prophet. And we're going to anoint all most holy. Now let me ask you, just look at that passage that we just read. When did that happen? Or did it happen? Has iniquity been atoned for? I hope you say yes. Has transgression been finished? According to Hebrews, it has been. Has everlasting righteousness been brought in? I hope you say yes to all those things. If you say no, then you're a rapturist. The rapturist has to say no, that none of that stuff has occurred yet, because they have to have their hiatus of 2,000 years. And they say that none of this is going to happen until that new temple, which this prophecy doesn't talk about the rebuilding, it's just all of a sudden there to be destroyed. That's when transgressions are finished. That's when everlasting righteousness has been fulfilled. That stands in direct opposition to everything that the New Testament and the church has ever said. And so this entire prophecy is about the first advent and the events that flowed from that into 70 AD. Let me just give you an example. Tertullian wrote, and Tertullian's sort of a favorite with rapturists because he ended up disagreeing with the church about some other issues. But let's see what he said about this passage. The day when Christ was born, eternal righteousness was revealed, and the saint of saints was anointed, namely Christ. And the vision and prophecy were sealed, and those sins were remitted which are allowed through faith in Christ's name to all who believe him. It was because the prophecy was fulfilled by his advent that the vision was confirmed by a seal. And it was called a prophecy because Christ himself is the seal of all the prophets, fulfilling as he did all that the prophets had previously declared concerning him. Okay, we went through that last vision real quick, but I think you've got the idea. What Daniel is predicting is that the Messianic kingdom will come. He tells us when it's going to happen. He tells us who's going to be reigning. He even gives us details about the Caesar that's in charge at that time, okay? And he tells us about the events of the destruction of the temple. This is not only a Christian view. Let me read to you a totally non-Christian, Jewish interpretation of these events. Josephus was a general that fought against Vespasian, and he lost. This is what he wrote. Our nation suffered under Antiochus Epiphanes, and in many years in advance, Daniel wrote what was to take place. That's some of the visions we didn't look at. In the same manner, he also wrote about the empire of the Romans, and that Jerusalem would be desolated by the Romans. This is the standard view of these visions for most of the church's history. Zechariah now picks up this same outline, and he talks about something that he calls the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord in Zechariah fits in to this vision of the battle strategy of God's people. It's the 70-year period from the birth of the Messiah to the destruction of the temple. It's called 1 week, the last week of Daniel. Now that week of Daniel, most of the early church believed was that 7-decade period of time. Eusebius makes it very clear that the majority opinion in the early church was that the last week of Daniel, spoken of in this vision we just finished with, is 7 decades. Here's what the rapturists do. They take those 7 periods of time. We're not told what periods of time they are, although the RSV calls them years. That's not in the original. It's not in the Hebrew. They take those as 7 years. They put the parentheses in there, and those 7 years become what? The 7-year Great Tribulation. Now, in that, first of all, in calling it the 7 years instead of 7 decades, they're standing in opposition to what most of the early church believed. Most of the old church believed it was 7 decades. Second of all, they put that 2,000-year parentheses in between the building of the temple and the destruction of the temple in order to get that 7 years into the future. I don't think either of those things they can justify. But let me tell you the bad news if you're a rapturist. That's the only place the 7 years are in the Bible. If they don't have the 7 years in this vision, which the early church didn't believe they did, they said it was 70. If they don't have those 7 years there, they don't have them. They talk about a 7-year tribulation, and that's the only place that is mentioned. Those 7 years are nowhere else. Let me just mention one other thing, as long as we're here in Daniel. Daniel chapter 12, verses 2 and 3 talks about a resurrection. That resurrection, the rapturist claims, has to be at the end of the world because it's a resurrection. But we know that resurrections sometimes are what? Ground Rule 7. Sometimes resurrections are a spiritual renewal, and that's what Daniel chapter 12 is talking about. I'm just saying that just if you're reading through that and you go, golly, where did that come from? That's the spiritual renewal that happened under Judas Maccabees, which is still celebrated in every Jewish synagogue as what festival? Hanukkah. That's right. It was a very important time. One other thing that Daniel mentions in Daniel chapter 4, Daniel said, seal up the book until the time of the end, and then knowledge will increase. You hear silly little things that rapturists sometimes say that this is talking about the knowledge that is increasing in our life, that is talking about the computer revolution. That's not what Daniel's talking about. Daniel, his whole book is about the mystery of the kingdom. And he's frustrated by the end of it because he still doesn't understand what all he's laid out. It's sometimes hard for us to look at it and figure out what he's saying, okay? But from his perspective, he didn't know that the Messiah was going to come and be killed and set up a spiritual kingdom. He was still looking for a physical kingdom. But God says, don't worry about it. Seal the book up. At the time of the end, knowledge will increase. Knowledge about what? Knowledge about the kingdom. That's what Daniel cares about. He doesn't care about computers. The knowledge that's going to increase is the knowledge about the mystery of the kingdom. And this is exactly what Jesus said. Do you remember Jesus saying this? He said, the prophets longed to see what you see. What did the prophets not see that the disciples saw? The mystery of the kingdom. The fact that it was a spiritual kingdom. The fact that the Messiah was a serving king. The fact that Jew and Gentile would eat at the same table. That is the key to the kingdom. The Jew and Gentile would eat at the same table. They never did before Jesus. Jews didn't eat with Gentiles. But Paul came along and said, there is no longer Jew and Gentile. There is no longer slave and free, man and woman. Those distinctions are unimportant now. What's the important one? Are you in the kingdom or are you out of the kingdom? And if you're in the kingdom that was set up during the Roman Empire, if you're in the kingdom, you will eat with all the other people in the kingdom. We're going to do that at 5 o'clock. We're going to eat in the kingdom at 5 o'clock tonight. Pascal was a famous mathematician. He summed up Daniel very well. He said, one must be bold to predict the same thing in so many ways. It was necessary that the 4 idolatrous monarchies, the end of the kingdom of Judah, the 70 weeks should happen at the same time, and all this before the temple was destroyed. The time foretold by the state of the Jewish people, by the state of the heathen, by the state of the temple, by the number of years, Christ will be killed in the last week, the 70th week of Daniel, that 70-year period. The heathens should be brought to the knowledge of God, the God worshipped by the Jews, that those who loved him should be delivered from their enemies and filled with all his fear and his love. And it happened. 500 years before Jesus' birth, Daniel predicted the rebuilding of the temple, the coming of the Messiah, the cutting off of the Messiah, and yes, the destruction of the temple. And it all happened the way he said. Okay, did Daniel make sense to everybody? As much as we covered? Okay, good. We're going to take the knowledge of what we learned in Daniel, and we're going to skip over Zechariah. I cover Zechariah in the book, but we don't have time for Zechariah. It's not essential that we cover Zechariah. But people that try to look at Zechariah without understanding Daniel go absolutely crazy. Okay? Because you can't understand Zechariah unless you understand that the day of the Lord that Zechariah mentions is the strategy of God's people that last week of Daniel. That 70 years is the day of the Lord in Zechariah. But we're not going to go there. We're going to get into the New Testament now. We're going to go to the Olivet Discourse. Now this is in Matthew chapter 24 and chapter 25. This is without a doubt one of the most difficult sayings of Jesus. Here's what he says. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And truly I say to you, this generation will not pass away till all these things take place. Heaven and earth may pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Matthew chapter 24, verses 30 through 35 and the surrounding verses. Now I've got two sons in college. They're both at a Catholic university. And just this last week, one of my sons said he got into an interesting conversation on abortion in the cafeteria with one of the girls. And she said they got talking about abortion, and I think you know which side of that my son came down on. And this uninformed Catholic girl argued for limited cases where abortion might be acceptable. And obviously my son started to argue from the church's authority. And what came out of this girl's mouth was, well, you can't trust everything that the church says because even Jesus was wrong. And this is the verse she pointed to. She said, Jesus said that he was going to come back within that generation. And he didn't. He was wrong. Now, unfortunately, she got that from a Catholic theology professor. Unfortunately. But this verse, that Catholic theology professor, is directly in the line of a very well-known atheist, Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell wrote a book on why I am not a Christian. And he pointed to this very verse. He said, I'm not a Christian because Jesus predicted that he was going to come back within a generation. And he didn't. He's wrong. He's not God. Now, I got to hand this to Bertrand Russell. He's consistent. He applied to Jesus' words here the test for an Old Testament prophet. In the Old Testament, we're told, if a prophet prophesies and it doesn't come to pass, he's not of God. Bertrand Russell was being consistent. Even a man like C.S. Lewis, who was, in my opinion, one of the two greatest apologists for the church in the last century, wrote in a book called The Essential C.S. Lewis. You can find it on page 385. He says that Matthew chapter 24, verse 34 is, quote, certainly the most embarrassing verse in the Bible. And he takes the position that Jesus was wrong, that Jesus predicted his second coming within a generation, and he was wrong. Now there's another way out of this verse, okay? In fact, there's a couple ways out of this verse. And that one of them is the way that the Rapturist answers this verse. However, to be honest with you, their solution is worse than the problem. Because what they do is they say that Jesus didn't really mean what he said. They say that either when Jesus said that this generation will not pass away, And they usually give us a choice, so that if you don't like one's explanation, you can go to the other one. It's sort of like a multiple choice path to truth. That either the generation means that the generation that Jesus was talking about was the generation that started to see the signs that he talks about. We're going to talk about the signs in a minute. That the generation that sees the signs start to come to pass, that's the generation that will see his coming. The other way, if you don't like that explanation, is they say that when he talked about generation, what he really meant was the Jewish ethnic group will not go away, will not be destroyed. The Jewish people as a people will not go away before Christ's second coming. Okay? Those are the two explanations that rapturists give. There's just one problem with both of them. That's not what the Greek says. It's not what the Bible says. That use of generation is nowhere else in the Bible. That would be the only time that Jesus used that word in that way. There are certainly other good words, about 5 other good Greek words, that Jesus could have used if he meant that the race of Judaism, the race of the Jewish people, will not end before he comes back. He didn't use those words. He used the word generation. Now, that word is used 34 times in the New Testament. And it's used as this phrase, exactly like here, 20 times. In every one of those times, everyone agrees that Jesus is saying, this generation, the generation that he's talking to. If that weren't enough, right in the passage, Jesus speaks in the second person continually. He says, you, this generation, you. He's not saying them. He's talking to his disciples and saying, you, the people alive, right there, this generation. That's how the word is used, and that's what the you means. It's in this chapter of 24 of Matthew. It's in verse 9, 15, 20, 25, 32, 33, and 34. He is very specific. You're going to see these signs, and you will see the coming of the Son of Man. So I think the rapturists, when they talk about the fig tree generation, this is where the fig tree generation comes from. The generation that starts to see the signs is the generation that will be around when the fig tree bears fruit. In other words, when the second coming occurs. Is not being honest with the words that Jesus used. It's just simply being dishonest. Now, if I had my choice, I'm going to be real honest with you. If I've got to twist the words of Jesus in order to be a Christian, I'll join Bertrand Russell. But I'm going to give you another way out of this passage. I think this is the way that Jesus meant it, and it's the way most of the early church understood it, and it's the way that Catholic theologians understood it, and most Presbyterian, and most Dutch Reformed, and most Covenant have understood it throughout history until about the last 200 years. So let's get started on that, okay? By the way, one other problem with the rapturous explanation of that generation and all that is there's parallel passages for this Matthew passage. We're going to look at Matthew 24:25. Just that happens to be the one we're looking at. Okay, it's got the most details. But this same passage is dealt with in Luke and in Mark. Okay? And Luke gives details that make it clear that it's not something that's going to happen at the end of the world. Luke makes it very clear in chapter 21 that these details are going to happen now. Okay? So, to be honest with you, what the rapturist does is circular reasoning. Do you understand what I'm saying by that? He says, Jesus says he's going to come back in this generation, but he didn't. So he must have meant something else. I think personally that Bertrand Russell would laugh at that. I don't find it convincing, and I'm a Christian. Okay? But I think C.S. Lewis is wrong also. I don't think C.S. Lewis was right when he said this is the most embarrassing verse in the Bible. I actually find this verse to be a very important verse for understanding that Jesus was who he said he was. Okay? But notice that the sum and the substance of the rapturous argument in this passage is these signs haven't been fulfilled yet, therefore Jesus couldn't mean this generation. If you look in the C.I. Scofield in the reference notes for this passage, he says that. These signs haven't happened yet, so this generation can't mean this generation. So what's our solution? The historic understanding of the church on this passage is that there are two very distinct questions being asked. Let me give you an example. Well, let's say you've got a teenage daughter. Anybody here have a teenage daughter? Oh, good. Okay. Your teenage daughter comes home one day and she says, Mom, Dad, I want to go to prom. Because after prom, Johnny wants to go up to the cabin for an overnight. Can I go? Has your daughter asked you one question, or has she asked you two? Well, in my family, those are two distinct questions. They probably would have very distinct answers, although they might both be no, considering what Johnny wants to do with my teenage daughter. Okay? But we have to realize that she sees it as one question. From my perspective, with more experience, more knowledge, more fear, I see it as two questions. The same thing's happening with the disciples. They ask a question that they think is just one question, and it's actually two questions. Luke makes this very clear because he separates the two questions and the two answers by 3 chapters. Okay? Matthew puts them back to back. Luke separates them by 3 chapters. So it's very obvious. This is nothing new that I'm telling you. These are two different questions. Okay? St. Chrysostom wrote the first commentary on the whole Bible. And he said this right in his very first commentary. He said, when the Lord had finished all that related to the Jerusalem question, he came to the rest, to his own coming. So the very first commentary of the Bible understood that this was two questions. Okay, so what are the two questions? Well, the first one is they're looking at the temple. At the beginning of chapter 4, they come out of the temple buildings. The disciples look around, and they were phenomenal buildings. They said that you could see the temple from miles away. It was built up on a hill, and it was such polished stone that it looked like a diamond in the sun. I mean, there's nothing built today to equal Herod's temple. I mean, it was a phenomenal structure. Okay? The disciples turn around and they salute Jesus. Isn't it beautiful? And Jesus just blows them away. He says, there's not going to be one stone left on another one. This whole temple is going to be destroyed. Now, the disciples should have known that because in Daniel chapter 9, remember where we were just there? Daniel predicted to build the temple, the Messiah will come, the Messiah will be cut off, and then what happens? The temple will be destroyed. Daniel predicted it, okay? But this blows the disciples' minds. And they can't wait to get down to a quiet spot, and they ask Jesus a question. They say, when will this be? What will be the sign of your coming and the close of the age? Now, they think that's all one question. But like the prom and the overnight with the teenage daughter, there's two questions embedded in there. When will the temple be destroyed? And when will be the end? Those are the two questions. And they're two distinct questions. Jesus answers the first one first. When he's done answering the first one, he starts to answer the second one. He answers the second one second. So what I'm proposing is that the first question is answered in Matthew chapter 24, verses 4 through 35, as it says up here on the board, along with Mark 13, 1 through 31, or Luke 21, 5 through 33. Those are the parallel passages. Now, the second question, when will be the close of the age, is from 36 on. And it actually goes into chapter 25 as well. We get more details. But that's along with Mark chapter 13, starting in 32. And notice that Luke puts it in a totally different chapter. He puts it in chapter 17 rather than chapter 21. So, the bulk of the Olivet Discourse, if you don't count chapter 25, is actually answering the first question. When will the temple be destroyed? And Jesus says, very plainly, I'm going to give you 8 signs. 8 signs of when the temple is going to be destroyed. Number 1, verse 4 and 5. Take heed that no one leads you astray. Many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and they will lead many astray. The first sign is there will be false leaders, false Christs, false messiahs. Josephus was a historian that lived during the destruction of the temple. He wrote Antiquities of the Jews. He wrote about 3 big books. But in Antiquities, he says, impostors and deceivers persuaded the multitude to follow them into the wilderness and pretended that they would exhibit manifest wonders and signs. And many that were prevailed on by them suffered the punishments of their folly. Jesus is saying there's going to be false messiahs. St. Jerome, who wrote the commentary on Daniel and also on the Olivet Discourse, said, at the time of the Jewish captivity, there were many leaders who declared themselves to be Christ. So that while the Romans were actually besieging them, there were 3 factions within. There were 3 different groups of Jews fighting inside the city walls. One was led by a Jew named Simon that claimed to be the Messiah. Another was led by a Jew named John that claimed to be a Messiah. And the third was led by the Sanhedrin, the priests. Even within Jerusalem, there were 2 false messiahs. And then out in the hillside, there were others. So this has already come to be. Second sign. Second sign that Jesus says, when you see these signs, the temple is about to be destroyed. Wars and rumors of wars in verse 6, 24:6. Pax Romana was the peace that the Roman Empire engendered throughout the ancient world. And it disintegrated in the decade before 70 AD. Judea obviously revolted in 66. On the far western side of the empire, Britain revolted. But even more importantly, in 68 AD, the unheard of happened. There was civil war within the walls of Rome itself. Never had it ever happened. Armies were not even allowed inside the city walls of Rome. But in 68 AD, a general brought his army within the walls of Rome, and civil war broke out within the walls of Rome. It was so bad that many leaders of the Romans felt like the empire would collapse, it would implode, okay? So here's what Jesus says about this in verse 6. See that you are not alarmed, for this must take place, but the end is not yet. What an amazing statement. What do you mean? There's going to be wars, rumors of wars, civil war, but we're not supposed to worry about it? That's what he says. Don't worry about it. There's still some time. That's sign number 2. Sign number 3 is in verse 7 and 8. In fact, sign 3 and 4, famines and earthquakes. Now, the famines that raged during Claudius's reign are well known to anybody that's ever studied the writings of St. Paul. In 2 Corinthians chapter 8, he talks about the fact that there was this phenomenal famine in Jerusalem and Judea, and that the Gentile churches were taking up offerings to send food to those people. There was a phenomenal famine that the Jerusalem church experienced. That sign has been fulfilled also. There were also terrible earthquakes. Do you remember the book of Colossians? Okay. That book was written to a church in the city of Colossae. By the time 70 AD occurred, that city didn't exist, nor did the church. The whole city of Colossae was destroyed in an earthquake in the 50s. So that's why in the 7 letters to the 7 churches that John writes, Colossae is not mentioned. It didn't exist. Probably the most famous earthquake right around this time was the earthquake in Pompeii. We remember that earthquake, first of all, because it was a big city. Second of all, because not too long after that, a volcano buried Pompeii. And now archaeologists have gone through and found people actually standing there, buried in this volcanic dust, petrified or mummified for 2,000 years. That happened in 63 AD was when the earthquake happened. But Jesus says all this, the famine, the earthquakes, that's just the beginning of the sufferings. That's just the beginning. Imagine yourself in the Jerusalem church in that famine, where the only way you're surviving is that St. Paul is taking offerings out in the Gentile churches. That's the only way you're eating. That's the only way you're feeding your children. And Jesus says, this is only the beginning. We're just getting warmed up. Sign number 5. Now Jesus gets personal. He says, persecution's going to come. Now, persecution started early. Stephen was the first martyr. Paul, when he was Saul, went around and tried to kill Christians. But the persecution that Jesus mentions here is a little different. He says in verse 9, they will deliver you up to tribulation and put you to death, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. This persecution that Jesus is talking about is coming from the nations, from the Gentile powers. It's a state-sponsored persecution. When do we know that that happened? It started in July of 64 AD, immediately after Rome burned. We know that in that short 3-year persecution, St. Paul was killed. St. Peter was killed. St. James, the Bishop of Jerusalem, was killed. All of these people and thousands of others were killed because Nero blamed that on the Christians. Christians were burned as lanterns at the parties of Nero in his palace. They were thrown to the animals in the Colosseum. All this happened. This persecution was different. It wasn't just the Jerusalem leaders trying to get to the Jews. This now was Rome itself, with all of its power, with all of its authority, with all of its influence, going after the Christians. Eusebius wrote the earliest church history, and he said that the Neronian persecution had been a wholesale onslaught of reckless fury. Sign number 6, apostasy. Verses 10 through 13. Many will fall away, and many will betray each other. Many false prophets will arise and lead many astray. Most men's love will grow cold. Do we need to really talk about the apostasy that existed before Jerusalem fell? Have you ever read St. Paul's epistles? It's all about apostasy. Apostasy came early, often in the church. I grew up in the Chicago area, and so I remember the old Mayor Daley. How many of you remember the old Mayor Daley? He said that, or I don't think he said this, but somebody said about him that he liked Democrats to vote early and often. You know, at every election, vote early and often. Well, in very much the same way, the apostasy in the early church came early, and it came often. The Nicolaitans are mentioned in the book of Revelation. That apostasy was started by one of the 7 deacons appointed by the apostles themselves. Apostasy was so rampant in Ephesus before St. John died that he went to the baths one day. I mean, they had to bathe just like we do, but they were public baths. And he found out that one of the leaders of the apostates was in the bath, and he refused to take a bath that day. His name was Cerinthus. Number 7, the 7th sign that the temple, remember we're on this first question, when will the temple be destroyed, will be that the gospel will be preached worldwide. Verse 14, the gospel of the kingdom will be preached throughout the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. Now, most people that have been with me so far, but that want to remain rapturous, at this point they say, now wait a minute, that hasn't happened yet. Well, if you say that, you're disagreeing with St. Paul. You're not disagreeing with me, you're disagreeing with St. Paul. Because St. Paul, on 2 occasions, Romans chapter 1, verse 8, and Colossians chapter 1, verse 5 and 6, says the gospel has been preached. As of this is before he was martyred. This is before the Neronian persecution. The gospel has been preached throughout the entire world. Clement of Rome was the Bishop of Rome, Pope of Rome, during the time in which the Jewish-Roman War was going on. He said that the gospel had been preached throughout the whole world. Justin Martyr lived right around the turn of the century. He wrote also that the gospel had been preached throughout the whole world. So when we say that it hadn't, we're disagreeing with the people that lived at that time. They said it had. Now, part of it is that you've got to look at the Greek word used for the world, okay? There's two words for the world. One is the civilized world, and one is the earth, the globe that we live on, okay? And Jesus uses that word globe, what I'm going to call globe, earth, he uses that word elsewhere in Matthew when he's talking about the whole earth. But that's not the word he uses here. The word he uses here is the word for the civilized world. In other words, they didn't have to reach the American Indians in South America and North America. They had to reach the Roman Empire. And St. Paul says that was done. Clement of Rome says that was done. So this part of it was done. The seventh sign came true before 70 AD. Now the last one. Now this eighth sign is different than all the other signs. Because Jesus says that when you see this sign, when this happens, you must take immediate action. When you see the desolating sacrilege spoken of by the prophet Daniel standing in the holy place, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Now, first of all, let me talk about, just for a second, the advice that Jesus is giving is antithetical to every ounce of loyalty and common sense in any ancient Jew's body. When an army comes and attacks Israel, where do you run to hide? It's the same place you went in the Middle Ages. You went into the fortified cities. But Jesus says, when you see this, the desolating sacrilege, get out of the cities. Doesn't make sense. Unless this is the last sign before the temple is destroyed. If Jerusalem isn't going to survive, then you don't want to be in the city. Now, Jesus is disagreeing with the Jewish scholars of his age. The Jewish scholars said that the Daniel prophecy that we looked at, that had already been fulfilled in 167 AD by Antiochus Epiphanes. Jesus is specifically disagreeing. He's saying, no, that's not history. That's prophecy. Daniel, there's going to be, yes, there was a desolating sacrilege when Antiochus Epiphanes came. Okay, but there's another one. And when you see that, hightail it. Okay? Luke gives us a few more details on exactly what this desolating sacrilege is. In Luke 21:20, he says, but when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that its desolation has come near. The very presence of a Gentile army from Rome on the holy land of Israel was a desolating sacrilege to the Jewish people. The Roman army worshipped the emperor and the eagle. The emperor was only a man, and the eagle was an unclean bird that a Jew wouldn't even touch. The presence of that army around Jerusalem, Jesus tells us, that is the sign to hightail it out of there. Now, how did that fulfill? Let's look at what happened in the first century. Okay? In 66 AD, we talked about this already, the Roman general Cestius Gallus attacked Jerusalem to try to force them to reinstate the sacrifices in the temple to Nero. He came right to the gates of the temple, and basically most observers thought that he had won the battle. But for some reason, he despaired of ever winning. He retreated. He retreated across the whole Judean countryside. And before he could get to a safe place, he lost 6,000 soldiers. Okay? As we already talked about, the Roman garrison was then slaughtered. Nero was livid. Nero declared war in February of 67. Now, in that time and day, wars were fought in the summertime for 5 months. There was really no 5 months when you could fight battles. The summer of 67 AD, Vespasian came and fought a battle. His strategy was to conquer everything but Jerusalem, to isolate Jerusalem, and then siege it until it fell. 67, he fought battles. In 68, he came back and started fighting again, but something very important happened in 68 AD in the summer, And that was who committed suicide? Nero. Nero committed suicide. And for a moment, for just a moment, Vespasian took his army from around Jerusalem. And he started to bring them to Rome. And for just a little window of opportunity, you could get out. He had second thoughts about it and sent part of his army back. He ended up fighting all the way through the summer of 69 to get the emperorship. There were 3 other people that he had to knock off, okay? 3 other people that were battling for the throne. It took him till the summer of 69. He fought a very small battle in 69, very small little engagements, not much in 69. And then in 70, he didn't come back. His son came back, General Titus. Titus was also a Caesar. He was named co-Caesar with Vespasian. And when Titus came back, they tightened the noose, and in that 5 months, 7,000 people died every day for 5 straight months. But the church wasn't there. The church wasn't there. The church had listened to what Jesus said. Jesus said, when you see the desolating sacrilege, flee to the Judean hillside. Now, Eusebius is the first historian of the church, and he tells us that during that whole campaign, the word came to the Jewish church, the Jerusalem church, that the time was there to go, go, go. People left their belongings. People left anything that would slow them down, and they ran for their lives. They went to Pella in Transjordan. Some of them went down to Alexandria in Egypt, but most of them went to Pella in Transjordan. And they were under the country of King Agrippa, and they were safe there, okay? But the Jerusalem church, Eusebius tells us, did not lose a single soul in the Jerusalem conquest. When the temple was destroyed, the Jerusalem church was saved. Why? Because the Jerusalem church knew this prophecy. You see, anybody that says that this has not been fulfilled yet, you're disagreeing with the people that placed their lives on the line when it was being fulfilled. This already happened. These people ran for their lives when they saw the desolating sacrilege. The church at that time was young and was small. It would have wiped out the whole Eastern church. Imagine if you know anything about early church history, if there had been no Eastern church, if none of the Eastern fathers had existed, that's what would have happened if the early church had not believed Jesus and run for their lives when they were told to. Now, Jesus goes on with a few more details. He backs up and he says, now, I can tell you this much. At this time, this persecution that I told you, this is going to be a great tribulation, such as not been from the beginning of the world until now, and never will be again. I declare to you that that is the great tribulation. We only see it 5 times in the Bible. That is the great tribulation. The one that Jesus is speaking of right here was from July 64 AD to February 67 AD. That is the Great Tribulation. We're going to see the Great Tribulation come again in Revelation. And Revelation is going to use the same word for it, Great Tribulation. And it's going to refer to the exact same time. It's when Nero and the Jerusalem leaders teamed up and almost wiped the church off the face of the earth. Remember, Daniel told us that was the battle strategy of the beast. This was just the implementation of it. Daniel told it, Jesus prophesied it, but Jesus' prophecy was more than just academic. You see, the survival of his kingdom depended on the early church understanding this prophecy and obeying it. But there's other things that Jesus says are going to happen around this time. He's worried about the Great Tribulation, and he warns his disciples about it and tells them it's going to come, but it's not going to go forever. But there's something more important. He's already mentioned it as a sign. He says there's going to be heresy. There's going to be bad heresy. He says there's also going to be false messiahs. But he said, let me tell you something. When I come the second time, my second advent, when I come the second time, and this is in verse 27 and 28, when the false messiahs come, you're going to know they're false messiahs. Because when I come again, the second advent, it's going to be like lightning from one end of the sky to the other. Now, what does that mean? If something's lightning from one side, how is that going to be like his coming? It's going to be sudden, it's going to be relatively unexpected, and it's going to be very public. In other words, he's saying there's signs about when this first question is happening, but the end of the age is going to be sudden, it's going to be unexpected, but it's going to be public. It's not going to be a secret rapture. Nowhere does Jesus say that his second coming is in any way going to be anything other than extremely public. Jesus' second coming, this part of the question, is going to be like lightning. Everyone's going to see it. Everyone's going to see it for themselves. Now, some people that are rapturous look at the next verse, the next description of Jesus, and say, well, see, that hasn't happened yet. Here's what Jesus says. He says, immediately after the tribulation, so that great tribulation that we had, that ended in February 67, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the earth will be shaken. Can we go back to the ground rules? Does anybody remember those ground rules? That's ground rule number 6. No, 5. Ground rule number 5. Jesus is talking in apocalyptic language. This is a very, very well-known use of language to anybody that's read the Old Testament. This is political catastrophe. And that's exactly what happened. Every one of the protagonists in the battle of the Jewish-Roman War came out a loser. Nero committed suicide. Vespasian, his dynasty lasted 1 generation. His son Titus took over, then his other son, name just slipped out of my head, took over, and then his dynasty ended. None of their dynasties lasted. But more importantly, the Jewish people, Jerusalem, that was destroyed forever. That star fell from heaven, never to rise again. Biblical Judaism cannot be recreated. The Judaism that we have today is rabbinic Judaism. It's not Old Testament Judaism. It's not biblical Judaism. And Jews will agree with you on that. Rabbinic Judaism is not a sacrificial system. The Old Testament, the sacrificial system was obliterated when the temple was destroyed. So this verse 2 has been fulfilled. Okay? The shaking and the sun being darkened, all that is, as we found in ground rule number 5, very common apocalyptic language for political upheaval. Then the last thing that Jesus says is going to happen is there's going to be a sign of the Son of Man. This is probably the heart of the passage, but because of the work that we did in Daniel, I think we're going to find this very understandable. And we're going to say, you know what, Bertrand Russell was wrong. C.S. Lewis was maybe wrong. That this verse 2 has come to be. Jesus says that at this time there will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth, now that's better translated land, all the tribes of the land, it's a Greek word ge, all the tribes of the land will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. When we hear about coming on the clouds, what should we be thinking? He's coming as the judge, right? In his glory. So they will see the judge coming. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the 4 winds, from out of the one end of heaven to the other. So what does this verse mean? That Jesus was going to come as judge on the clouds. Remember our ground rule number 6. When Jesus comes on the clouds, he's coming as a judge. But just as with Egypt and Assyria, just as with Babylon and Medo-Persia, when God comes on the clouds, what do the people here on earth actually see? They see an army. They see a Roman army, or they see an Assyrian army, or they see a Medo-Persian army. It's the way the Old Testament uses that language, okay? But moreover, Josephus tells us that at this time in Jerusalem, there was a sign in the heavens. Now, Josephus didn't believe it. He says, I suppose this account seems to be a fable, but it was related to me by those that saw it. And the events that followed it were so important that he says, I sort of accept it. But he was a little skeptical about this. Here's what he said. A whole group of witnesses saw it, the whole city of Jerusalem. There was a star resembling a sword which stood over the city, and a comet for a whole year before the Jews' rebellion started. So great a light shone round the altar in the holy house that it appeared to be bright daytime, which lasted for half an hour at night. Moreover, the eastern gate of the inner court of the temple was seen to be opened of its own accord about the 6th hour of the night. The men of learning understood it, that the security of their holy house was dissolved of its own accord. So these publicly declared that the signal foreshowed the desolation that was coming on them. You see, the Jews at that time, even they understood what was happening. They understood that the judge was coming. The judge was coming. Now, Jesus foretold this. He said that the days will come upon you when your enemies will cast up a bank upon you and hem you in on every side, because you did not know the time of your visitation. The Sanhedrin's condemnation of the Messiah had consequences. Jesus looked the Sanhedrin in the eye and said, you will see the Son of Man coming in glory, meaning, I will come back and judge you. Here he's telling his disciples, it's going to be right after the Great Tribulation. Right after 64 to 67 AD, I will come as judge upon the Sanhedrin. Did he do that? Yes. The Roman army came and killed an unbelievable number of people in Jerusalem. All of a sudden now we can look at the statement of Jesus at the Transfiguration, and it's not a hard passage at all. At the Transfiguration, Jesus says to his 3 disciples, truly I say to you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. St. John was still alive in 70 AD. St. John saw the ascension, and then he saw Jesus come back figuratively as a judge embodied in the Roman army. That passage is in Matthew chapter 16, verse 27 and 28. So what we're saying here is that the miracle of his birth and his childhood was known to a very select group of family members, okay? And some people from Persia, a couple of shepherds. Then his glory is revealed to a few of his disciples at the Transfiguration. Then his glorious power is revealed to more people, almost 600 people at the resurrection. But still, most of those 600 people were believers. Okay? Then this same Christ, who was publicly condemned, is publicly exonerated, publicly vindicated by God the Father. How? Because 40 years earlier, before his death, Jesus said, you reject me, not one stone will be standing on another. I will come in the clouds to judge you. Old Testament apocalyptic language, meaning the Roman army will come and destroy this city. Not one stone will be left on another. Chapter 24, verse 30 tells us, then all the tribes of the land will mourn. This has already happened. You see, Bertrand Russell was wrong. He said that none of this had happened, and so Jesus was wrong. But when you understand Daniel, and you understand Isaiah, and you understand Jeremiah, and a few of the other passages that we've already looked at already today, all of a sudden, Jesus' promise came true. This is not the second coming that he's talking about here. This is the answer to the first question. When will the temple be destroyed? Now he turns, and we're going to answer this very, very quickly. Now he turns to the second question. What about the close of the age? When is the second advent going to come? When is the whole history of the world going to end? Okay? And what he says should make everyone sort of sit up and realize that there's a change of venue. In verse 36, he's just gotten done giving us 8 signs and described the Great Tribulation and described the political upheaval and described all that's going to go on. And then he says, but, now he's talking about the second question, but of that hour and day, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father only. You see, what would happen in 70 AD, the judgment on the Sanhedrin, we knew that had to happen within a generation. And Jesus said, okay, there's 8 signs that I'm going to give you. And the reason I'm giving you 8 signs is because if you don't obey the 8th one, if you're not alert because of the other 7 and ready for that 8th one, there's no time to waste when the 8th one happens. You have to obey immediately. The church did all that. Now he's done with that question. He says, you know what? But of the second coming, of when I come back in glory to judge the whole world, nobody knows the time. Nobody knows when that's going to happen. Okay? He repeats this over and over again in the second part of the questions. He says, no one knows. They do not know. You do not know. You do not expect. Over and over again, he says, nobody knows. But then he uses a play on words. He says, nobody knows. You don't know. But know this. He says, know this in verse 43. You must be ready. So you have no idea when the second coming is going to happen. It's not going to happen in 1988. Nobody knows that. It's not going to happen in 1999. It's not going to happen in, what's the next date that they've got out there? 2007, okay? 40 years after 1967. We don't know. Nobody knows. But know this. You have to be ready. You have to be ready. Now, Jesus then talks a little bit about that second coming. And I got to give credit where credit is due. The Rapturists have done a phenomenal job in these next couple verses of convincing us of what these verses mean. Jesus says there's going to be 2 men working out in the field. One's going to be taken, one's going to be left. There's going to be 2 women in the kitchen. One's going to be taken, one's going to be left. And I got to hand it to them. They've convinced everyone that in that scriptural verse, this is the only place they come up with their left behind idea, is that those people will be left behind, right? Sorry, it's not in the passage. In fact, the Greek word is not left behind. The Greek word, there is another Greek word that means to leave behind. That's not what Jesus, he doesn't use that word. The word he uses is more properly just left out. And that's what Jesus is saying. The startling thing about this passage isn't that one is taken and one is left. That's not the startling thing to the disciples when they see this passage. What's startling about this passage is that a kingdom subject and a non-kingdom subject are working together. That's not how the worldly kingdoms work, is it? All the Greeks were in Greece, all the Jews were in Israel, all the Romans were in Rome, right? You didn't work alongside of someone that wasn't in the same kingdom. You didn't even geographically have any contact with them in the ancient world. The startling thing about this passage that would have stopped the disciples is Jesus saying there's going to be a kingdom person and a non-kingdom person doing chores together. One's going to be taken into the kingdom and one's going to be left out. He gives 3 stories so that we know exactly what he means. Okay, 3 parables. The first one is a parable of 2 servants. Okay, there's 2 servants, one faithful, one wicked. And what Jesus is emphasizing is that his coming is going to be without any warning. And he says, when the master comes back, the faithful one will be rewarded, the evil one, and this is his words, he will punish him and put him with the hypocrites, and there men will weep and gnash their teeth. If you look at the timeline that's assumed in what Jesus is saying, there is no 1,007 years in between when those 2 things happen. Jesus is saying, you're going to be here on the earth. The master's going to come back, and eternal judgment happens at that point. There's no 7 years. There's no 1,000 years. There's eternal judgment the next time Christ comes. Number two, the second parable is the parable of the 10 maidens. Remember them with the 5 had the oil, 5 didn't have the oil? Now the oil usually stands for the Holy Spirit in the New Testament. But what's the main message in this parable, okay? That you have to be ready, right? You may hang around Christians, you may hang around Catholics, but even then, you might be left out. Now, once again, notice how clear it is that they're left out. They're not left behind. They're left out, right? Because the bridegroom comes back, the 5 come in, the other 5 try to get in, and they're left out. What are they left out of? The marriage supper of the bridegroom. The marriage supper is a symbol in the New Testament, without exception, of our eternal bliss that we have with God. So once again, the timeline is we're all waiting for the coming. The coming happens. Some are taken into the kingdom and some are left out. There's no 7 years more. There's no 1,000 years more. We're into eternity. We're into the marriage supper of the Lamb. The last parable is a parable of 3 talents. There's 3 people. One is given 5 coins. I'm going to call them coins or talents. One is given 2 coins, and one is given 1 coin. The 2 that are given more, they do a lot with theirs while the master's gone, and the one just buries his talent. Remember that one? Okay. Now notice something interesting in this timeline. Jesus specifically says that the master will be gone a long time, much longer than any one of the 3 servants expect. Now, how many of you have told or have heard someone say that Jesus and the early church and the apostles all expected the second coming to be within their generation, that they expected it to be soon? Have you ever heard somebody say that? That's not what the passage says. Jesus says it's going to be a long time. Now, the temple is going to be destroyed in 1 generation, but every time Jesus talks about the second coming, he says, we don't know, and it's going to be a long time. That's the message of the second one, okay? Then, where does Jesus go in Matthew chapter 25, verse 30? He's done with the 3 parables, and in every one of these, right after the coming of the master or the bridegroom, right after that, we are thrown into eternity. There is no 7-year tribulation. There is no 1,000-year millennium. We're right into eternity. Now Jesus makes that explicit, because in chapter 25, verse 30, right after these, he says, here's what's going to happen next. And now we have the great white throne judgment, where Jesus separates the nations. All come to him. They come as nations, but we're judged as individuals. And we're judged as individuals based on what? What we've done. Corporal works of mercy. You saw me in prison, you visited me. You saw me hungry, you gave me food. This beautiful passage, the basis of what we're going to be doing for all of eternity, is based on the corporal works of mercy. That's the timeline that Jesus lays out for us. It would have been a perfect time to talk about that 7-year great tribulation, to talk about the 2-stage coming, to talk about the 1,000-year millennium, but he doesn't talk about any of that. He says you're going to be working in the field, one's going to be taken into the kingdom, the other one's going to be left out, and we enter eternity. That is the timeline assumed in every one of these parables. It's assumed throughout Jesus' entire speaking once he starts to talk about the close of the age. So, if I can summarize just real quick for a minute. I hope you're starting to see that this is starting to sound, when you get into Daniel, you get into the Olivet Discourse, it's starting to sound increasingly like the traditional teaching of the church. That there will be this kingdom that was set up during the Roman Empire, just like Daniel predicted. That kingdom will grow like a mustard seed to encompass and become a big tree. Become a big mountain is what Daniel calls it. And that kingdom, when that kingdom is ended, will be when the second coming occurs. And at that point, there is nothing more on the agenda other than judgment and eternity. There is no 7 years. There's no 7 years anywhere. We looked at Daniel, it wasn't there. And we looked at the Olivet Discourse, it's not there. There is no 1,000 years in the future. There is nothing more on the agenda other than judgment and eternity. Okay, we're going to shift gears. Let's just review for a second what we've covered so far. I hope you're starting to see that the biblical case for a secret rapture followed by a 7-year tribulation is looking a little tenuous, okay? In Daniel, we learned that there really is no 7-year tribulation predicted at all. There's a 70-year, 7-decade time of covenantal transition predicted, and that ended in 70 AD. Not only that, but he specifically predicted that the kingdom would be set up when the Messiah came during the Roman Empire. Obviously, that Roman Empire is no longer around anywhere. In the Olivet Discourse, hopefully you agree with me that Jesus keeps his promises. The signs were fulfilled in the first century. The Great Tribulation did occur as predicted. And Christ did come on the clouds to judge his accusers in the Sanhedrin for their unbelief. He used the Roman army to do that, just as the Old Testament had used the Assyrian army and the Medo-Persian army. Further in the Olivet Discourse, we found out that when Jesus does return at the second advent, it will not be a secret. No one will be left behind. It will be very public. And at that point, we will all be judged, and we will all enter eternity. That's what we've learned so far. Now, before we go on, I want to give some credit where credit is due. A lot of my thinking on the Olivet Discourse was actually affected by 2 Protestant writers. These Protestant writers, I read them when I was a Protestant, and they're both graduates of Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. That's how I came into contact with them. The one of them came into the church before I did, Richard White, and the other one came into the church after I did, David Palm. David particularly did a lot of work on the Olivet Discourse while he was a Protestant. And in fact, his master's thesis was the thesis of the year that year at Trinity, which is no small feat, believe me. But I want to read for you how he translated that last verse, the one that in the Olivet Discourse, the one about the coming. He translated the verse as follows. This is the verse that Bertrand Russell pointed to. And I think he makes it very clear. He did a lot of work in the Greek, and if you want to read the thesis, it's up in the Trinity Library. You can go in there and read it for free. But it's about that thick, I'm warning you. He does about this much Greek work in order to get to what I'm going to tell you right now. He says, verse 30 could best be translated as, "Then the tribes of the land of Israel will see in the destruction of Jerusalem an unmistakable sign that the rejected Son of Man is in heaven, already enthroned. Thus they will mourn. The Son of Man will have come in glory to the throne of God." That's a very literal, Greek-based translation of verse number 30. Dovetails very well, obviously, with what we've been saying. But we're going to get out of the Old Testament, we're going to get out of the Gospels, and we're going to go to the epistles. The reason we're going to do this for just a minute is because, to be honest with you, even though the case for the secret rapture and the Great Tribulation and a future millennium is very, very tenuous, we haven't found any evidence for it so far, rapturists many times will bring us to various ones of the epistles to try to prove what their point is. So what I'd like to do is go through these in a very rapid manner, because we're going to try to catch up a little of the time that we're over. We're going to try to go through these passages right here in a real quick manner. But what I want you to understand before we get started is what they tend to do here. How many of you have seen the movie It's a Beautiful Life? That's one of my favorite movies. We watch it every Christmas season, and it's just a fun movie. You may remember that there's 2 major characters, 3, but 2 of them are George Banks and Uncle Billy. Now, I must admit, Uncle Billy really bugs me, okay? But those are the 2 characters. And George Banks and Uncle Billy are at a party for George's brother's wedding celebration, okay? And at the end of the party, Uncle Billy says, "Where's my hat?" Well, it happens to be on his head. And George picks it up off of his head and says, "It's right here." And Uncle Billy says, "Which one is mine?" Do you remember that? It always draws a laugh, okay? Anybody that's watching it, because everybody knows exactly what's going on. There's only one hat, but Uncle Billy sees two or three, okay? Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I want you to keep that image in mind, because when we get into the epistles, that is exactly what rapturists do. There's only one second coming, but every time it's described, the rapturist is going to say, which one? Is this the rapture or the second coming? It's only one. There's only one hat, okay? But they're going to take and they're going to assign these over here to that one and these over here to that one. My request of them is, if what they say is true, if the second coming is going to be split up into two phases, if there's really not just one more coming, there's two more comings, then why is it not taught anywhere in the Bible in the same passage? Because they'll admit that it's not. In other words, they take this passage and say, well, that's about the rapture and this is about the second coming. But as we're going to see here in a minute, there's really no reason not to just say, yeah, they're all talking about the second coming. Okay, let's start through it. 1 Corinthians chapter 15. Two sections in particular, 20 through 28 and 51 through 55. Now, the first section, 20 to 28, would be a perfect time that if St. Paul had believed in the rapturous system, would be a perfect time to put the timeline in here. But there's not even a hint, okay? Here's the passage. Christ has been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. As in Adam all die, so also in Christ shall all be made alive, but each in his own order. Christ the first fruits, then it is coming those who belong to Christ. Then comes the end. Do you see? There's no 1,000 years in there. There's no 7 years in there. Then's the end. The end's the end. Okay? When he delivers the kingdom to God the Father after destroying every rule and every authority and power. For he must reign. Right now, he's reigning until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. And we're going to see that in Revelation, that when death is destroyed, this is telling us we're in eternity. That's eternity when death is destroyed. Death will not be destroyed until eternity begins. But you see that would have been a perfect time for him to say that first comes Christ in the first fruits, then at the rapture, those that belong to Christ, the true believers, then the great tribulation, then the second coming where others are resurrected, then a 1,000-year reign, and then the end. But that's not his timeline. The second part of the chapter, 51 to 55, he talks about this again. St. Paul says, "Lo, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall all be changed. Then shall come to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory." Okay? Now the rapturist wants to apply this verse to the secret rapture. It doesn't fit. Paul specifically tells us that these events are happening at the last trumpet. There's two problems with that. First of all, trumpets are always used in the Bible for public events. The secret rapture, by its very definition, is something that most people aren't going to know what happened, right? If you've read the books, you know that people just sort of disappear and everybody's going, what happened? What happened? What happened? No. The coming that Jesus is talking about here is going to be announced with a trumpet. It's a public event. It's not a secret event. It's a public. But more than that, it's not just any trumpet. It's the last trumpet. There is no 7 years. There is no 7 years and 1,000 years after this. It sounds almost too evident to say, but Paul is saying that this is the last trumpet. This is the last event in history. This is the second coming, and after that we go into eternity. Death is swallowed up in victory. You see, the rapturists believe that death will not be destroyed until after the 1,000-year reign. That even at the second coming, death will not be destroyed. People will live and die during the millennium. And then death won't be destroyed until after that. So that doesn't fit St. Paul's timeline at all. He doesn't justify the timeline, he just gives it to us. He says, boom, 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 this is what's going to happen. The rapturist has to disagree with the timeline, but has no basis for it. I just propose that on all these passages, it's just easier to accept the historic teaching of the church. The rapture system was invented 200 years ago. It's a very recent system. And up until that, nobody saw this 7-year tribulation in Daniel, because it wasn't. There was a 70-year time of covenantal change. Let's go to the second passage, Philippians chapter 3, verses 20 and 21. Our commonwealth is in heaven, and from it we await a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who will change our lowly body to be like his glorious body. Once again, they try to make this be the rapture, but look at what the verse says. There's nothing in there that cannot be applied to the second coming, to the historic belief in the second coming. Let's go to the next passage. Colossians 3:4. When Christ, who is our life, appears, then you also will appear with him in glory. Once again, they say that this is the rapture. Sorry, but there's really nothing in here that says it is the rapture. When Christ, who is our life, appears, then you will appear with him in glory. In fact, the fact that glory is mentioned sort of argues against the fact that it is a secret rapture. In other words, if there's glory involved, that means it's public, right? Okay, let's go to the next one. This is a favorite passage for the rapturists usually. 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verses 13 through 18. What's happening here is the Thessalonians are afraid that the people that die before Christ comes back won't get into heaven. A very common ancient belief was that at death, you ceased to exist. Now, unfortunately, that has become a very common modern thinking as well, that at death you just cease to exist. In America, there's a lot of people that believe that. What Paul is arguing is that that's not what's going to happen. If a person dies, or what he says goes asleep, he does that to emphasize the fact that they have not ceased existing. If a person sleeps in death, that person too will come back to life when Christ comes back. So, here's the passage. But we would not have you ignorant, brethren, concerning those who are asleep or dead, that you may not grieve as others who do not have any hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so God will bring him those who have fallen asleep. In other words, it's not the end of hope. They're going to be included in eternity. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that those who are asleep, who are left until the coming of the Lord, shall not precede those who have fallen asleep. For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a cry of command, with the archangel's call, and with the sound of the trumpet of God. And the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we always be with the Lord. Therefore, comfort one another with these words. His whole idea is they're not going to be left out. But let's look at what he says the timeline is. The Lord himself will descend from heaven with a cry of command. There's a cry of command. There's an archangel's call. And then we see that crazy trumpet again. Okay? Now, would you agree that all three of those are very public things? In other words, if you're sneaking in to bring out just your believers, you're not going to cry and do a cry command, and you're certainly not going to have the angels screaming, okay? And you're not going to have any trumpets blowing. In other words, the secret rapture is supposed to be secret, and the event that's occurring here is a very public event, okay? So first of all, that doesn't fit. The second thing is, notice what happens immediately after this, okay? We shall be caught up, and so we shall always be with the Lord. Immediately after this advent, what starts? Eternity. So we shall always be with the Lord. This would have been a perfect place for St. Paul to insert the fact that then 7 years later, the evil dead will be raised, and then there will be a 1,000-year reign. He doesn't insert any of that because it's nowhere in the church's thinking. It's nowhere in his teaching. The only way to find it there is to take this passage and try to assign it there, and the other passage and try. This doesn't fit that passage very well. Now, the fact that he comes back in the clouds, some people try to say that rapture seems to imply that that means that he can't come back on a clear day. In other words, there's got to be clouds in the sky, okay? But they're forgetting the ground rule that we covered way, way back here, okay? Clouds are always used in the Bible to signify the coming of God in judgment and glory. That's what these clouds mean. Christ is going to come back as the judge at this time. Why? Because they're going to usher everybody right into the sheep and the goats judgment, the great white throne judgment, where everybody will be separated, gathered as nations, separated as individuals. The other thing that they try to say is, but you see, he doesn't actually touch the ground. You see, we meet him in the air. If so many people didn't accept this explanation, I would just dismiss it as absolute silly rubbish. But since so many people do accept it, let me try to explain what's going on here. It never says he doesn't touch the ground. It says we're going to meet him in the air. Now, the word used for the air there is a Greek word for atmosphere. Now, when Jesus Christ comes back for his church at the second coming, he's coming to the earth from heaven, okay? Whether or not he touches down, would you agree that when he hits the air, he's returned to earth from wherever he came from? I think it just, the logic of trying to argue that he didn't touch the Mount of Olives with his foot, which never is said in the passage, by the way, that he doesn't, it just is too much of a stretch. I'm sorry, it's just too much of a stretch. If that's what Paul was saying, then he should have included the fact that there was going to be a second coming later. He doesn't. And the reason is, it isn't in his thinking. He's come back to the atmosphere of earth. He's come back. He's come back and we meet him. The trouble is a lot of people look at these passages without realizing the hard work that we've put in this morning. In other words, where they know how the Bible uses some of these terms. And they know that, for example, when Revelation says that Christ is going to come back on a white horse, that doesn't mean that he's going to have a sweating four-legged stallion between his legs and that all of a sudden horses are going to know how to fly. That's not how the apocalyptic uses that kind of language. So, assuming the details here don't fit the rapture, the other thing that rapturists will say is, but these details are different than details elsewhere. In other words, they'll grant that it doesn't teach the two-stage coming, but they're saying some of these details don't fit the details that are elsewhere. Once again, this is a very, very weak argument. How many times in the Bible is the Passion recorded? We all agree 4? Well, there's a couple little references to it, but descriptively 4 times. How many times did Jesus die? Once. He didn't die 4 times. And yet there's different details given in all the Gospels, right? And some of them are even difficult to put together. In other words, some of the timelines and stuff, when you look at them, you have to work at it a little bit to get the stories to coincide. I believe they all do, but you have to work at it a little bit, okay? Why? Because every time a person was writing the Gospel, he was emphasizing a different aspect of that passion, okay? He wasn't just putting down things, just so we'd know the order of events. That doesn't help anybody. He's trying to help us understand his message. It's the same thing with the rapture or the second coming. Just because 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 has details in it that are slightly different than one of the other passages, say 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, it doesn't mean it is a whole nother coming. It just means that there was different events that were, different details of it that were important to include. Does that make sense? That's what they try to do. They try to take, but unfortunately, they have no passage that teaches both of their comings, both their rapture and their second coming, both phases of their coming. And as a result, there's nothing here that can't be explained even better by looking at it all as the second coming. Let's go to the next one. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 1 through 12. Now, concerning the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our assembling to meet him, we beg you, brethren, not to be quickly shaken in mind, by letter purporting to come from us to the effect that the day of the Lord is come. That day has not come unless the rebellion comes first. The man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalts himself against every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. So the Thessalonian church at this point is afraid that the second coming's already happened. And they're going, oh no, we missed it, okay? And he says, don't worry, the Antichrist has to come first. The son of perdition has to come first, and he's going to elevate himself and want to be worshipped as God in the temple. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains it will do so until he is out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, the Antichrist. And the Lord Jesus will slay him with the breath of his mouth and destroy him by his coming and his appearing. The coming of the lawless one by the activity of Satan will be with all power and with pretended signs and wonders, and with all the wicked deception for those who are to perish because they refuse to love the truth and so to be saved. So, once again, let's look at the timeline. What Paul is laying out for the Thessalonians is a very simple, direct, straightforward timeline. You haven't missed the second coming because there's the son of perdition that has to come first. After the son of perdition comes, the second coming will occur where he will destroy the Antichrist. Christ himself will come back and destroy the Antichrist, throw Satan into eternal damnation, and then eternity begins. The judgment. The people that are going to perish and the people that are going to go into salvation. It's the same timeline we saw everywhere else, in the Olivet Discourse and everywhere. There's no 7 years in here. There's no 1,000 years in here, okay? What the rapturers many times try to do with this passage is they say that at the very beginning of this passage, the rapture is assumed, and then the lawless one comes onto the scene. But that's not what St. Paul says. In other words, if he was trying to comfort the Thessalonians, why wouldn't he just say, oh, don't worry about it, you're going to be raptured out of the way? He doesn't say that. In other words, they're worried they missed the second coming. If he believed in a secret rapture, he could have just said, hey guys, don't worry about it. You're going to be secretly raptured away. You won't even see the lawless one. He doesn't say that. He says, you're going to see the lawless one. You're going to be there for the great falling away. And you're going to be here when Jesus Christ comes and destroys him with the breath of his mouth. Let's look at a couple other things here in this. The restraining force in this passage, a lot of people have wondered what that is. The rapturist says it's the church. In other words, the church is going to be taken out of the way, and the church is what's, the believers, the Christians, are what's restraining the evil in the world today. In that they totally disagree with almost every church father I've ever been able to find. In fact, every church father I've been able to find on this subject. Tertullian, Cyril of Jerusalem, Jerome, Augustine, are all very, very early. All of them respected by Protestants. And they all agree that it is the rule of law that will be taken out of the way. In other words, the rule of law is the idea that a government must obey its own rules. That is what will be taken out of the way. The man of sin will do very much what most of the despots of the 20th century have done. The 20th century gave him a lot of good ammunition. He can point back at Hitler or Stalin or Mao Zedong and say, you know what, the rule of law isn't that important. But that's what's standing in his way. Now, the other objection that rapturists will sometimes say here is they'll say, well, but wait a minute, you're missing something in the passage. Paul specifically says that the son of perdition will take his seat in the temple of God, proclaiming himself to be God. You see, this is happening in the Great Tribulation. The temples had to be rebuilt. How can the son of perdition place himself in the temple of God unless there is a temple of God? It's a pretty good argument, right? Trouble is, the Greek doesn't support it, okay? There is more than one temple in the world. In fact, in Jewish thought, the entire universe is a temple. The world is a temple. The Jewish people are a temple. In fact, in Christian thought, I am a temple. Know ye not that you are a temple of the Holy Spirit? And then Paul goes on to say, so act like it, okay? So what is a temple? A temple is something where you have a physical location in which God dwells. The perfect temple of all time was who? Blessed Mother and Jesus Christ. Those two. Okay, Jesus Christ was a temple in a totally unique way, because he not only had the presence of the Holy Spirit in him, he was God, okay? The Blessed Mother is the only example of a temple that we have where the temple was actually sinless. And I know if you're not a Catholic, I just got you really mad, so I apologize. But my point, let's go back to my point. The point is that the temple, there's more than one temple. Now, when Paul writes this, what word for temple does he use? Well, the Greek word for temple in this passage is naos. Now, some people have used the word naos to apply to the Jerusalem temple, but St. Paul never does that. Whenever St. Paul is referring to the Jerusalem temple, he always uses a different Greek word, hieron. And most of the time, he also says the hieron in Jerusalem. But he always uses that word. And he always uses naos for the new temple. And the new temple in the early church was one of two things. Paul shows both of those things as either the individual Christian, who's the physical location with God dwelling within them, or the church as a collection of those people. That's the only way Paul ever uses that word. I can give you examples. 1 Corinthians 3:16, 17, 6:19, 2 Corinthians 6:16, and Ephesians 2:21. I don't expect you to copy that down that quick, but if you want to, you can get the tape and look those up then. But my point is this. When Paul says that the son of perdition is going to insert himself into the temple, he specifically uses the word that means the New Testament church. The son of perdition is not going to insert himself into an unbuilt, as of yet, temple in Jerusalem, because he would have used a different word. Paul sees the son of perdition as inserting himself into our worship, Roman Catholic worship. That's where the son of perdition is going to attack, on our worship, in our church. Now, how that's going to be is probably real difficult to ascertain in advance. When it happens, it'll probably be pretty evident, okay? But one interesting thing is the word naos, which is the word that he uses for temple, is also used in the New Testament for another thing. It's the Greek word for what we call the sanctuary. Think about it. Every Roman Catholic church in the world has a sanctuary. And what St. Paul very well may be saying is that when the Antichrist comes, he will somehow insert himself into the sanctuary. But it will definitely be in the church, somehow in the church's worship. The fact that Paul calls him a son of perdition is interesting. There's another person that was called the son of perdition. Does anybody know who that was? Off the top of the head, Jesus called him a son of perdition. Judas, that's right. Judas was called a son of perdition. Is the Antichrist going to be a Judas priest? I don't know. But we do know from what Paul tells us that he will somehow try to pervert the worship of the true church. So, we're at the end of both passages in 2 Thessalonians. There's nothing in either one of these passages that is not better explained by the traditional second coming idea. Titus chapter 2, verses 11 through 14 is the last passage that we're going to look at. We'll look at it real briefly. For the grace of God has appeared for the salvation of all men, training us to renounce irreligion and worldly passions, and to live sober, upright, and godly lives in this world, awaiting our blessed hope. That's something that Rapturists talk a lot about, is the blessed hope, which is the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ, who gave himself up for us to redeem us from all iniquity and to purify for himself a people of his own. The blessed hope here is described very distinctly, and it's the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let me be blunt. There is nothing glorious about sneaking in the back door and pulling your Christians, your followers, out of harm's way so that the other guy can be in charge for 7 long years. That is not a glorious second coming. That's what the secret rapture is. The blessed hope here is not the rapture. The blessed hope is the fact that Jesus Christ is going to come back in glory, and he's going to come back once, and when he comes back, he's going to give everyone, as in the Olivet Discourse, he's going to give everyone what they deserve. The good, the sheep, and the bad, the goats. We're all going to get what is our just deserts. And it will be the glory of our great God. All the world will see him. It's going to be a public event, just like lightning from one end of the sky to the other, as Jesus said. So, those are all of the epistles, all of the passages in the epistles that the rapturists try to use. They simply don't have a good case. There's no passage anywhere in the Bible that teaches their timeline. They don't have a 7-year tribulation, as we saw in Daniel. They don't have the 2-stage coming anywhere. Every passage is easier understood as just the final second coming. They lost their generation of the fig tree in the Olivet Discourse. They also lost their left behind language. They just don't have any biblical support, to be honest with you. It's a nice system. The only thing is, it's not true. Galatians gives us a good hot cup of Java, okay? What Galatians does is Galatians says, okay, let's get a good, strong cup of coffee. You know, that's what Billy needed, right? When Billy was looking at that hat and saying, which one is mine? What he needed is to be seated down. He ended up walking into the garbage cans, if I remember the movie correctly. But what he really needed is for George to sit him down and say, here, have a good hot cup of coffee, right? We find it in Galatians. The epistle to the Galatians was written by St. Paul to explain to the Christian church their relationship to the Old Covenant law. It was written about midway between the Passion and the destruction of Jerusalem, okay? Probably somewhere in the 50s. It's before the Great Tribulation started to occur in 64. So the Christianity was still viewed by Rome as a sect within Judaism. Now, what seems to appear to have happened in Galatia, in that church, is some of the Jewish leaders took advantage of that. And they said, you guys are just a part of Judaism. You got to be Jews. Gentiles were coming into the church as a result of Paul's ministry, and they were saying, well, I'm a Christian because I believed in Christ and I was baptized and I'm a Christian. And these Judaizers were saying, oh no, according to Rome, according to the government, you're not a Christian unless you're a Jew first. So Paul writes to the Galatians and says, I don't give a fig what Rome says. If you've been baptized, you're a Christian, okay? And the old covenant and the new covenant are not going to coexist forever. Remember, right now they are coexisting. There's animal sacrifices being done while Galatians is being written in Jerusalem, in the temple. And Paul says it's not going to always go on like that. And he gives a story. First, he reviews the first church council in Jerusalem. He talks about the different apostles. And then he gives a story. And I love this story. It's an Old Testament story. It's about Abraham, who had 2 sons. Do you remember he had 2 sons? One was Ishmael by Hagar. That was a slave woman that gave birth to his firstborn. The second one was Isaac, which was born of faith. Okay? Now, in Abraham's family, these 2 little boys did not get along. Okay? And the 2 mothers did not get along. And Ishmael was quite a bit older than Isaac. And you know what he did? He beat him up. I'm reading into the story a little bit, but there was trouble, okay? And Sarah, Isaac's mother, was sort of upset about this, okay? Can you moms understand that? Okay? She's sort of upset. So what does Abraham do? he gets rid of Hagar and Ishmael. They have to leave. They have to go away. They're thrown out of the household of Abraham. Now, St. Paul takes that story, and he agrees with Pope Pius XII when he said that everything in the Old Testament was arranged in such a way that we can learn something about it. And here's the amazing thing. St. Paul says that is happening right now in your life. The older brother, born of the slave woman, is Old Testament Judaism. That's Ishmael. The Sanhedrin is Ishmael. Now, I'm not saying this. Paul says this in Galatians. He says, you, the church, you're Isaac. You're the children of faith. They're the children of bondage. But you know what? They're older than you. And you know what they're doing? They're beating up on you, aren't they? And they were. Stephen had already been stoned. Okay? So they're beating up on you. But guess what? God is going to throw them out. It's right there in the book of Galatians. He's going to throw them out. It's predicted about 1 to 2 decades before it actually happened. Now, if you want to look this up in Galatians, I think I've got it's in Galatians chapter 4. And the allegory, the whole allegory of the Old Testament with Abraham was for one purpose, so that we could understand what happened in the first century between Old Testament Judaism and New Testament church. Please keep in mind, this is not an idea of some theologian. This is not my idea. This is right out of Galatians chapter 4. Okay? That is exactly what we're going to see in just a minute happening in the book of Revelation. In the book of Revelation, we are going to see the promise of St. Paul in Galatians happen. It's going to be described year by year. And it happens in the book of Revelation. Okay? So, keep in mind that that is not my idea, it's St. Paul's idea. Now, I promised you that we'd have a little bit of time for questions, and I think we do have a little bit of time. So, let's go ahead and answer any questions. Any questions on what we've had so far? Don't ask about the book of Revelation yet, because we're not there yet.
I have a question. You said that the wrath day of the Lord has already come. Is that my understanding, sir?
Okay, let me modify what I'm saying. There's more than one day of the Lord. The day of the Lord that Zechariah talks about, I believe, was fulfilled at the first coming. Okay? But then we get into the New Testament, and the day of the Lord is used to refer by St. Paul to the final eschaton. It sort of goes back to ground rule 3. That event, that first advent, that day of the Lord, gives us a little glimpse about the final day of the Lord. So there is a day of the Lord coming, and it's going to be a day of judgment. Just like 70 AD was a day of judgment, there'll be another day of the Lord, which will be a day of judgment as well. Okay.
There was an article in a recent Catholic magazine about the rapture, described it just like you did. And then the next month there was a letter to the editor, real big, I'm an evangelical, and there is nothing secret about the rapture. We don't say there's anything secret about it. Are there other theories?
Oh, nowhere is the split between Protestant denominations and theories of thought more evident than when you get into the eschatology. What we're describing is the most popular, common rapture theory, okay? And it's called pre-tribulational, premillennial dispensationalism, for what it's worth. However, I know mid-tribulational, premillennial dispensationalists. I also have friends that are premillennial, pre-tribulational, non-dispensationals. I mean, the variety just boggles the mind, okay? So what we have to do is take the most common one and try to talk about that. I think if we can come back to one thing, it's that the Bible never talks about a two-stage coming at all. That the only way to find it there is to take this passage and move it over here, and this passage and move it over there. Say these, are talking about two different things, but then when you look at the passages, there's no reason they can't be both talking about the second coming. By the way, you jog my memory. One thing I didn't mention is when the rapturists were sort of in their heyday back in the 60s, they came up with the theory that the Greeks supported their system. Then in certain New Testament passages, there was a Greek word called the parousia that talked about the rapture, and that every other word, 2 other words, can't remember the Greek words just off the top of my head, talked about the second coming. And that was the way that they separated the passages and figured out which one was which. Unfortunately for them, their own scholars, mainly out of Dallas and Talbot, the 2 seminaries where this stuff is all taught, have decided that theory doesn't hold water. They just have to willy-nilly, decide. There is no substantiation in the Greek for their decision to apply this one to the rapture and that one to the second coming. Okay? Any other questions?
Can you just give like the bottom line? You've given all these reasons why the rapture is going to go forward. And then, so what's the bottom line? If we're throwing that out, what is?
Okay, you asked me a good question, and I wasn't sure if we were going to get to this, but since you asked the question, I'm going to fast forward, and we're going to skip Revelation. We'll do that separately, but let me give you what we believe as Catholics, unless somebody else has a real big question. Okay, the question is, if we don't accept the rapture, we don't think that there's going to be this 7-year tribulation, we don't think that there's going to be this 1,000-year millennium after the second coming, what do we believe, right? Is that what your question was? Is that fair?
What consequences is that for?
Okay, I tried to summarize what we do believe at the very end of my book, Rapture Madness, and what I did is I justified every one of these statements. However, you can probably barely read what I put on here, so to justify it here probably would take too much time. But let me just go through here, and if you have a question, stop me, okay? We believe, as Catholics, that Christ will return in these last days, not in a hidden manner, but publicly and unmistakably, unexpectedly, suddenly, and imminently, at a time which only God the Father knows. Remember the Olivet Discourse. Any apparent delay in the second coming is a result of God's mercy to let more people come in. There is yet to be one final battle between good and evil. The Antichrist will lead Satan's assault. This final battle will be led by the Antichrist, who was mentioned in the epistles. The victory will be won at the glorious appearance of Christ. In other words, that battle will end when Christ comes back the second time. All people will then be resurrected. All people. Everyone will face the final judgment at that time. So the battle occurs between good and evil. When Christ comes back the second time, we'll all be resurrected. Everyone will face the final judgment. The wicked will be separated from God forever. The righteous will experience no more death. We're in eternity now. The righteous will now have glorified bodies, and we will enjoy the beatific vision forever. Beatific vision is the first-hand experience of God Himself. This future joy should cause us to be hopeful. There's really a hopeful message, isn't it? I mean, things are going to get worse, but we know who's going to win in the end. Isn't that a hopeful message? Sometimes when you look at the world, you wonder who is going to win, okay? That's the message that the church gives us, is we know who's going to win. We should all be watchfully prepared. Remember we were talking about those things, the parables that Jesus gave in the Olivet Discourse? You don't know the time, you don't know, but know this, be prepared. So we should be watchfully prepared. And we should be faithful in Eucharistic celebration. The Eucharist is essential to our preparedness for the second coming. We're going to get into that in the apocalypse. If you go back to Daniel, remember the vision of the battle strategy of the beast? And then we looked at the vision of the battle strategy of God's people. And I told you that these same headlines work for Revelation. When we get to the vision of the battle strategy of God's people, you know what Revelation's battle strategy is? The Eucharist. The long and the short of it is the battle strategy is the Eucharist. We'll get to that, okay? Does that answer your question? Over here? Okay, good. Yeah.
Point about that. What did Jesus mean when He said, no one's going to know except the Father, not even the Son?
Okay, that's a very good question. That is, to me, a total mystery. The question is what did Jesus mean when He said, only the Father knows the time of the Son's second advent. The angels don't know, and even the Son doesn't know. If I could explain all mysteries, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you now. That is, in my estimation, a mystery integral to the Trinity itself that I don't know.
He's both human
And divine, right. And beyond that, I can't get past it. All I can do is take his word for it. And if the Son, as a part of the Godhead, is saying that he doesn't know, then I can guarantee you Nostradamus doesn't know. Okay? Okay? So that, it's a difficult verse because it brings us right into the mystery of the Trinity, of the three persons in the one Godhead. And I can't go much past that. That saying is a mystery to me. Okay, any other questions? We're going to come back to the purgatory on the break, okay?
Just one more.
Sure.
So are we saying that Revelation 20 we're just supposed to throw that out?
I would never, ever recommend throwing any part of the New Testament out, okay? So we're going to get to Revelation next. And we are going to have a full plate, believe me, because I was telling David and Anita, if they want to invite me back sometime, I could easily spend 6 hours on just the book of Revelation. It's a fascinating book. It is an amazing book. It is a Eucharistic book. And it is a book that is one of the only books in the Bible. In fact, I believe it's the only book in the Bible that has a blessing associated with just reading it. Let me read you the blessing. It's right at the beginning. It says, verse 3 of chapter 1. Blessed is he who reads aloud the words of the prophecy, and blessed are those who hear, and who keep what is written therein, for the time is near. Just the reading and the hearing of the book of Revelation has a special blessing. So if Anita and David decide that they want me to come back sometime, that'd be great. And then we can spend 5 hours on the book of Revelation. But we're going to try to hold this one to 10 minutes, and then it'll give us as much time as we possibly can in the book of Revelation. Just to end up this session, I'd like to read something to you. I'd like you to tell me what I'm describing. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary in the weather on this particular September day. But the man who commanded the greatest army in the world looked over one of its greatest cities in sad silence. On one day, just a few weeks earlier, thousands had died in this city. The heart of this great city had burned with an intensity seen from miles away. The civilized world struggled to comprehend this stunning event. The burning of a major center of world trade was the result of a religious fanaticism that burned in the hearts of a group of zealots in the Middle East. Worldwide, other adherents to this same religion had claimed that their faith was being hijacked by these extremists. The whole world witnessed, but more importantly, the world's greatest power witnessed the massive destruction on that day. The man who looked quietly over the destruction was the son of a powerful political family. At this juncture in history, he was in charge of the only superpower remaining in the West. This man was the son of the one person that might have, some would say even should have, ended this conflict with these extremists years earlier. The resentment had been brewing for years, and more than a few of those that witnessed the destruction cheered and celebrated as they pondered the death and destruction. Who was this man in charge? Who was he? If you say George W. Bush, don't feel bad. That's not who I was describing. Who I was describing was Caesar Titus of Rome. Caesar Vespasian was his father. I worded it so you'd come up with George W. Bush, so don't feel bad. But what I said is totally true of Caesar Titus. The city that was overrun was Jerusalem. The building that was burned to the horror of the world was Herod's temple. And in the apocalypse, we will investigate this day that changed the world forever. August 10th, 0070. If you thought I was describing September 11th, don't feel bad. You were caught in what I like to call a Rip Van Winkle warp. Do you remember the story of Rip Van Winkle? He was in the Catskill Mountains and he fell asleep, I believe it was for 40 years. He came back to his town and he looked at a young man leaning up against a tree and he thought it was him. But it wasn't him, it was his son. He looked at what he thought was his wife holding his son, but it wasn't his wife, it was his daughter. And the child was his grandchild. When people look at the apocalypse, they take and do what I call a Winkle warp. They look at the world like Rip Van Winkle did when he came back 40 years later. But instead of ignoring 40 years of history, they ignore 1900 years of history. I hope that whetted your appetite. We're going to get into Revelation next time. Okay, we're going to spend about an hour on the apocalypse or Revelation. You already know which direction we're going on this one, right? In other words, I believe that the apocalypse is best understood as having been written for its original audience. If the apocalypse was not written for its original audience, the people of the first century, it is the only time that God has ever given a message to a group of people that did not apply to them. Did you catch what I just said? God doesn't do that. God gives messages to people that can do something about it. So, here's the apocalypse. There's a blessing. We already covered the blessing. Let's not make a mistake, though. Just because the apocalypse primarily speaks to the first century situation, let's not forget the ground rule number 3, that every event in Scripture can then stand as a prophecy itself that can be applied to our lives. The lessons of the apocalypse should be and must be applied to our own lives. Now, I believe that the apocalypse was written for the first century church for 2 reasons. Well, a lot of reasons, but I'm going to tell you 2 of them. Number 1, if not, it's the only book of the Bible that was written that way. Number 2, it says it was. The very beginning of the book, it says, Revelation 1:1. The very first thing, it says, this is about what must soon take place. What's going to happen in the first century? In verse 19, it says, this book is about what is, in other words, the situation as it is, and what is about to take place hereafter. So the book claims to be about the first century, and if it isn't about the first century, it would be the only book written to a group of people that couldn't understand it. So we're going to go with the majority, if you factor out the rapturous group of theologians, the majority opinion in scholarly circles, both Catholic and Protestant, is that the apocalypse applies, at least a good portion of it, applies to the events of 67 to 70 AD. That may be news to you, but if you factor out the rapturists who are so loud on the radio, that's who all you hear, if you factor them out, the majority opinion is that it does apply to those events. Now, here's the outline, okay? I'm going to go through it real quick if you can't understand it. I've got Daniel's outline right next to it. So if you would, you can remember That I said it's the exact same outline? It is, okay? We start out with the historical setting, God's people in persecution. Remember I said, Daniel, if you didn't worship the king and you prayed to God, what happened? You got thrown in the lion's den. In Revelation, what happens under Nero if you don't worship the king? You get thrown to the lions in the Colosseum. So we have 7 letters here in the first 3 chapters talking about the situation as it was, God's people in persecution. The second major division is the first initial vision. Remember back here, the initial vision was the mystery of God's kingdom was revealed. There's the statue, the stone comes down, and the mystery of what this kingdom is going to be like is revealed, that it's going to wipe away all the other kingdoms of the earth. Remember the mystery was mentioned 8 times, so we knew it was the Messianic kingdom talked about. In Revelation, the entire first vision is about, guess what? The mystery of God's kingdom revealed. It's the same topic as what Daniel had. You see, the whole early church, including St. John, read the book of Daniel. They knew it backwards and forwards. Why? It was their national history. They didn't study George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. They studied the Old Testament. But it was also their literature. They didn't study Emerson. They studied the Old Testament. But it was also their religion. They studied it as literature, history, and religion. It was the sum and the substance of what they studied. They knew this book and the other books of the Old Testament backwards and forwards, as few, if any of us, ever could know it. So St. John is patterning his book after the book of Daniel. The third section is the 3 key personalities. Now we skipped this section in Daniel, the 3 personalities that affect the kingdom's coming. We talked a little bit about Belteshazzar. That was one of those personalities. But we're going to have to skip over this one a little bit too. But there's 3 personalities in chapter 12. This is chapter 12. It's the 3rd section, the 3 key personalities. They're very important. And this chapter is probably the pivotal chapter in the whole book. But we don't disagree with the Rapturists that much on it, so we're not going to cover it a whole lot. But those 3 key personalities are what the whole book hinges on. That is a summation, that 3rd section is a summation of Daniel's last week, his 7 decades. It gives us the history of the second 7 decades from the birth of the Messiah to the destruction of Jerusalem. The 4th section is a nice long section because it's got 5 visions in it, just like Daniel had, okay? The 5 visions are the initial vision recapitulated, which the whole church believed that the visions were recapitulations until the 13th century. For the first 12 centuries of the church, everybody believed that these were recapitulations of what was taught up here. Just like Daniel recapitulated in the vision of the beast, he had the same 4 kingdoms and he gave us more details because they were now beasts. The same thing in the vision of the battle strategy of the dragon, okay? He's going to give us the dragon's response to the mystery of the kingdom being revealed. In the second vision of the recapitulation, B, he's going to give us the battle strategy of the lamb. In Daniel, it was the battle strategy of the ram. Now it's the battle strategy of the lamb. Who's the lamb? Jesus, the Messiah. The third one is the vision of the battle strategy of God's people. Just like the battle strategy in Daniel was, if you build it, he will come. In the Revelation, it's the vision of the battle strategy. We're going to see what the strategy of God's people in the New Testament is. Then there's the vision of the great battle, okay? Just like there's a vision of a great battle in Daniel, which we didn't cover. And then there's the vision of from here to eternity. Now, some people might combine those last 2 visions. I don't have a real big argument with them if they do, but I think it's easier to talk about them if they're separate, okay? And then the last thing is the thematic summary. Just like Daniel has a thematic summary, he goes back and talks about the themes of the book in 13 and 14. The vision of the thematic summary starts in 21:5 and goes to the end of the book. So that's our outline. Now notice that to the right of this, I gave what's past and what's future. And this is from our perspective. Almost the entire book, all the way through to the vision of from here to eternity, is past. Until we get to chapter 20, verse 2, at that point, we transition from what has already happened from our 21st century experience to what is now present. St. John takes a whopping 5 verses and describes the present situation. This is from chapter 20, verse 2 through 6. But then he comes back on the thematic summary and spends another, basically 2 chapters from 21:5 to the end of the book on the present situation as well. So, what part of it is still future? Okay? The part of the future is from chapter 20, verse 7 until 21:5. That's future events to us. It's about a chapter. Okay? So, let's go back and start through the book. Now, before we get into the book exactly, we're going to skip this historical setting, the letters. We're going to start right here with 4:1. Rapturists make a big issue out of the fact that the church itself is not mentioned anywhere in these next 18 chapters. They're saying, and they say, you know what? See, we were right. The rapture's occurred, the church isn't mentioned, because there is no church here on earth. Wrong. Saints are mentioned 11 times, about once a chapter. Not only that, but if St. John believed that there was a secret rapture in here somewhere, that rapture is so secret that he forgot to write about it. Because he starts with churches that are in existence, and then he says in chapter 4, verse 1, I will show you what must take place after this. In other words, the very next events. And there's no rapture. There's no rapture because he didn't believe in a rapture. The saints are on the earth. They're involved in these issues because we're going to be here for the final confrontation between evil and good. Okay, so it starts out in the throne room of God. Let's talk about the mystery of God's kingdom revealed. This is the vision of the scroll. Now, people get all caught up in the fact that there's 7 seals on this scroll, and that the last of these 7 seals has 7 trumpets in it, and that the last 3 trumpets are also 3 woes, and that there's also 7 thunders in here. And we get so caught up in all that stuff that we forget about the scroll. But the scroll is what the vision's about. The seals are just the revelation. In other words, imagine a scroll with 7 seals on it, wax seals. What's more important, the taking off of the seals, or when the seals are all taken up, finding out what the scroll says? That's the important part, right? Okay, so what this first vision is about is the mystery of this scroll. What is in the scroll? Now, there's only one person that can open these seals. In fact, in the throne room of God, there's weeping because nobody can open it. Until in chapter 5, verse 5, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, steps forward and he opens the seals. And the whole heaven bursts out in song, and this is what they say. They sang a new song, saying, Worthy art thou to take the scroll and to open its seals. For thou wast slain, and by thy blood didst ransom men for God. This is important. From every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and hast made them a kingdom and priests to our God, and they shall reign on earth. Verses 9 and 10 of chapter 5. This song summarizes the message of the scroll. The scroll, the message of it is the mystery of the kingdom. That's the whole idea. There's this mysterious scroll, the kingdom, that we can't open, and only one person can open it. Why? The only reason is because he has paid with his blood. What is the mystery? That there's no longer any Jews or Gentiles. There's no longer any men or women. There's no longer any slave or free. The important thing is there is now redeemed and unredeemed. That's the message of the scroll. The kingdom, notice he says, the kingdom is established. This is right at the very beginning of Revelation. People that say that the kingdom isn't going to be established till the millennium are ignoring the whole first part of the book. The kingdom is already established when the scrolls are first opened, right at the very beginning of the book. The kingdom is already here. That's Catholic theology. The Rapturists have trouble with that. But we believe that the kingdom was established at the Passion. And Revelation is agreeing with us. It's saying the kingdom is already here. And that kingdom is filled with people from every tribe, every tongue, every people, and every nation. It goes back to what we were saying at the beginning. It was unheard of for Jews and Gentiles to commune together. It was unheard of in the Roman system for slaves and free people to worship together. It was unheard of for men and women to worship together. But this happened. This happened where? In the kingdom that Christ bought with his blood. Now, what kind of a kingdom? It's already set up, and it has these vast numbers of different people. See, we don't find this very interesting. We don't find this very phenomenal. Why? Because for 2,000 years, that's the way things have been. But this was news to them in the first century. This was phenomenal, that there were no longer Jews and Gentiles. In the church, it didn't matter if you were a Jew or Gentile. It just mattered that you were a Christian. That went against everything that the Old Testament said. Now, what kind of kingdom is this? He's made us a kingdom and priests. It's an ecclesiastical kingdom. You see, the Rapturists are still looking for the earthly, political kingdom to be fulfilled in the millennium. But Revelation's right at the very beginning of this first vision is making very clear to us that the kingdom that Jesus is revealing the mystery of by opening these seals is not a political, it's an ecclesiastical kingdom. Do you see why it's so dangerous to start playing around with this stuff if you're not Catholic? The only place to find anything that remotely approaches what Revelation teaches is in the Catholic Church. So, St. John already knew this. But what happens when the seals are opened? What happens when these seals are opened? Who now understands the mystery of the scroll? The entire world. When the seals of the scroll are opened, the entire world can see what Christ accomplished when he died. You see, up until when the temple was destroyed, the world looked at Christianity as a mere sect within Judaism. And Jesus was a good little Jewish boy that maybe had some weird ideas. But he certainly wasn't starting a new religion. But that's not what Jesus said. And although his followers understood, some better than others, St. Paul certainly better than most, where this kingdom was going to go, the world certainly did not understand it. Okay? And when the seals are opened, when the scroll can be seen, all the world will see what? That the kingdom that Christ founded was an ecclesiastical kingdom that encompasses all nations, and it is not a subset under Judaism. Okay? Are you with me so far? That's the message of this first scroll. Okay? Now, this is impossible for the Rapturists to explain, but let's get into the exact 7 seals. Now, why are there 7 of them? First of all, because that's a complete number for judgment. In Leviticus chapter 26, verses 14 through 18, Moses warned Israel that if you don't obey me, I will 7-fold punish you. I will chastise you again 7-fold for your sins. So John arranges these into 7s to show that this is the prophesied judgment on Judaism for the fact that they rejected their Messiah. The first seal, a white rider on a horse. I like to call him the white rider. This white rider is best understood as right at the very beginning of the seals, a message of hope. The visions start with the white rider, and the visions, when we get into chapter 19, end with a white rider. And in both places, particularly in 19, it's very, very clear that the rider of the white horse is Christ. So right here at the beginning of the opening seals, there's going to be some pretty nasty seals that come along. But the first one assures us that the white rider is going to be victorious. The white rider is Christ. The second, third, and fourth seals are also riders. The red horse symbolizes war. The black horse symbolizes famine. And the pale horse symbolizes death. Now, if you've ever been in the army, I've never been in the army, but I'd say it's probably pretty much logical that war can cause famine. And war and famine put together can definitely cause death. This is the same order that Jesus talks about these exact same events in the Olivet Discourse. In other words, this first vision is talking about the same events that Jesus talked about in answer to the first question of the Olivet Discourse. When Rome came into Israel and attacked Jerusalem, there was war, famine, and death. And it happens in the same order that Jesus talked about it in the Olivet Discourse. The fifth seal, and I know we're going fast here, but even at this speed, we're going to be in trouble. Okay, so I'm trying not to slow down. The fifth seal is a group of martyrs underneath the altar up in heaven. And I say, golly, what in the world? That is a really weird picture. It means several things. First of all, it substantiates that Christians that die for the church, they have not stopped to be alive. In other words, their souls are still alive. It flies in the face of the Roman belief that at death you just stop being. But why are they under the altar? Well, in Leviticus 17:17, the blood of the sacrifices flowed under the altar, and the Old Testament taught that the life of the flesh was in the blood. So it's a symbol that these people that had been burned as torches in Nero's gardens for fun, that had been thrown to the lions in the Colosseum, that their life was still preserved under the altar. They didn't waste their life, although that's certainly what it looked like when you were, watching them getting eaten by the lions. But their sacrifice had eternal significance. And they still have a voice in earthly affairs. They're crying out for justice against their persecutors. And the answer given to them is, we're going to wait a little longer. Why do we wait? Now, this is a hard one for us to sort of accept. But we're told we're going to wait a little longer until the fullness of the martyrs have been filled. In other words, Christ's object for us is not always earthly happiness, but human divination. Now, that sounds really scary to us unless we know that human divination was a theme constantly talked about the patristic fathers. The early church fathers constantly talked about that. That was the purpose of the passion and the resurrection, is to bring us into communion with God. The sixth seal is actually the final one. Now the reason is, the way he's arranged this, all 7 trumpets are inside this 7th seal. So he's breaking 7 seals, but when he gets to the 7th one, it's actually 7 trumpets, okay? So this is a little hard for us as 21st century people to say, golly, why in the world did he arrange it this way? This is pretty common, back in apocalyptic literature. But so the 6th seal is now the final one before we get into the trumpets. And it's classical language for political dynasties being uprooted. I forget here, ground rule number 5. In the 6th seal, political dynasties are dislodged, and that did happen in 67 to 70 AD. Both Jerusalem and the Hasmonean priesthood, a dynasty that had gone back all the way, you could trace its roots all the way back to Solomon, was dislodged. At this point in chapter 7, St. John also describes what's happening on the earth as the Great Tribulation. This Great Tribulation, as we already saw in the Olivet Discourse, occurred from 64 AD until 67 AD. Okay? Another group of people is mentioned, and it's the 144,000. The 144,000 is a very symbolic number. It's 12 squared times 10 cubed. All those are important numbers. 12 is 3 times 4. God working in the world. 3 times 4, that's 12. You square that. And 10 is the number of completion, and you cube that. Notice that the 144,000 specifically are Jewish Christians. They're not Gentile Christians. In fact, the Gentile Christians are mentioned separately in verse 9, and they are a great multitude. So what is the 144,000? That's the number of Jewish Christians. And granted, it's a symbolic number, but it's a large symbolic number. That's the number of Jewish Christians that Christ was waiting for to come into his church before Jerusalem was destroyed. The remainder of chapter 7 gives us a little bit of a glimpse of the celebration that's going to happen when, I'm going to go back to Galatians from last hour, or 2 hours ago, when Hagar's son Ishmael is cast out of the household of Abraham, and Isaac becomes the son of promise. Okay? That's what we're seeing here. That's what we're seeing here is Old Testament Judaism being pushed aside and making it clear to the entire world that the New Testament church is God's plan for creation at this point. And this is what happens when that finally happens. Heaven breaks out in song, and they say, "Salvation belongs to our God who sits upon the throne and to the Lamb. Amen. Blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be to our God forever and ever. Amen." We are now at the end of the first cycle. We're only halfway through this first vision. But John, now in the 7th vision, starts all over again at the throne room of God, which is where the first vision started, and he recapitulates that, all those same events, from the perspective of people here on earth. So far, the perspective has been that of Christ. Now we're going to see how the Jewish people look at what's happening. In the first trumpet, we have hail and fire mixed with blood, and a third of the trees are destroyed. In chapter 8, verse 3. This really did happen. Jerusalem, around it, it was deforested for miles. And the main thing that the Roman army needed wood for was 2 things. To build their war machines. In other words, they were building platforms upon which they could scale the walls. But they were also building crosses. They were crucifying, on average, over 500 people every single day. They ran out of wood. What they do is they tear a guy down and put a new guy up. The devastation, the ecological devastation was horrific. There was blood everywhere. There were trees nowhere. That's the first trumpet. We're looking at the same thing that we saw in the first time, only this time we're looking at it from the perspective of the conquered peoples. The second trumpet, something like a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea. Chapter 8, verse 8. This is classic apocalyptic literature, as we see in Ground Rule, I believe it was 5, for the destruction of a monarchy. If you want to look at it in the Old Testament, Amos 1 and 2 talks about a great mountain, which is a monarchy, being thrown into the sea. It's the fact that this Hasmonean priesthood, this kingly priestly line that Judas Maccabee refounded, but could trace his line really all the way back with some gaps all the way to Solomon, and from there all the way back to Moses, was overthrown. That line is lost forever. We do not know where it is. That mountain has been thrown into the sea. It's gone. The third trumpet. A third of the waters became wormwood, and many men died of the water because it was made bitter. Now the rapturists claim that this is biochemical or nuclear war that will destroy the water supplies. Actually, that's a misunderstanding of the Old Testament use of wormwood. Wormwood is in Jeremiah 23:15. If you want to look it up, it's very, very clear that what wormwood is equivalent to our statement of saying, you're going to eat your words. So in other words, when you drink wormwood, it's the same as saying, you're going to eat your words. Okay? All throughout the siege, and the siege went for 3.5 years, the leadership of Jerusalem was predicting that God would save them. Josephus, the historian, tells us, quote, there was then a great number of false prophets suborned by the tyrants to impose on the people, that they should wait for deliverance from God. And this was in order to keep them from deserting, and that they might be buoyed up above fear and care by such hopes. The wormwood is a symbol of the fact, just like in Jeremiah, that those prophets were going to have to eat their words. But there was a more important prophet that had to eat his words, their words, and that was the Sanhedrin. Do you remember? All of these events were put into play 40 years earlier when the Sanhedrin condemned Jesus to death. They too had to eat their words. They had to admit that they were wrong. The fourth trumpet, a third of the sun was struck, and a third of the moon, and a third of the stars, in chapter 8, verse 12. Once again, ground rule 5, political destruction. The fifth trumpet, which is also the first woe, by the way, St. John saw a star fall from heaven to earth, and he was given the key of the shaft of the bottomless pit. Probably the best, that's in 9:1, probably the best interpretation of this fifth trumpet is that it was either Nero or the Jewish high priest. Either one of them works. Is very possible, as with ground rule, I think it's number 2, it's very possible that St. John actually meant both of them. We're going to see here in just a minute that this star falls from heaven, which politically has been dislodged, but he opens up this pit out of which comes a locust scorpion army. And the two people that would have done that were in power was the high priest by starting the war and Nero by declaring the war. So it could have been either one of them, or it's very possible, as we saw in the ground rules, that St. John actually meant both of them. Ground rule 4, I believe that was. Now, out of that pit, he's given a pit, and out of that pit comes a locust army. Now, locust means literally burners of the land. And that is exactly what the Roman army did when they came across the Euphrates River and swept over the whole land of Israel. Rome was ticked. Rome was mad. These Jewish people had become a pain in the neck, and they were going to teach them a lesson that the world, not just them, but that the world would never forget. That you don't mess with Rome. That's what Rome was about to tell them, okay? They are an instrument of God's judgment almost every time we see locusts in the Old Testament. Even in the original Exodus, remember Exodus chapter 10, when we have the plagues, the locusts were an instrument of God's judgment against Egypt. In Joel chapter 2, verse 1 to 11, the Babylonian army is said to be an army of locusts. So the army of locusts are human. The Babylonian army, as far as I know, had humans in it. Okay? And Joel says that they were an army of locusts. Now, here's the description that we see in Revelation of this Roman army. I think if you think about a Roman cavalry all decked out in bright Israeli sunlight, I think you see exactly what this picture is. The locusts were like horses arrayed for battle. On their heads were what looked like crowns of gold. Their faces were like human faces. Their hair like women's hair. Their teeth like lions' teeth. They had scales like iron breastplates. And the noise of them was like the noise of many chariots with horses rushing into battle. That's an army. That's an army. The only thing that doesn't sound like a human army is the whole idea of teeth, like lion's teeth. And that comes directly out of that passage in Joel that talked about the Babylonian army. That the Babylonian army were locusts and that they had teeth, like lion's teeth. So St. John is borrowing very common, well-known Old Testament imagery to say that there's going to be a locust army that comes that conquers Israel. Now, Revelation here in this trumpet even tells us how long this Roman army, this scorpion army, will be, this locust army, how long it will be there. They'll be there for 5 months. It will be there from May to September. Now, Titus actually led the army for only 1 summer. Vespasian did it before that. Guess how long the fighting season was that Titus was in Israel? Anybody want to take a guess on what month it started? May. Anybody want to take a guess on when it ended? September. That's exactly what St. John said would happen. And it's exactly what did happen. Their torture was like the torture of a scorpion when it stings a man. And in those days, men will seek death and will not find it. They will long to die, and death will fly from them. That is a horrific picture in chapter 9, verse 6. And it was written by St. John, a man that saw crucifixion up very close. He'd seen this scorpion army take one of his beloved, in fact, his most beloved, and sting him. That's what crucifixion is, where you sting and you want to die. You want to die. The Roman army, the siege itself, killed 1 million people in 5 months, many of them from crucifixion. The Roman army circled Jerusalem with crosses that touched each other. When a man died, he was ripped down, another man was put up. The body was thrown into the valley. Why did Titus do that? He was trying to scare the inhabitants of Jerusalem to death, or scare them into surrender. That's exactly what he was trying to do. Now, this locust army, this scorpion army, has a king. His name is Abaddon. Abaddon. He's the angel of the bottomless pit. He's released by the star that falls with the key and opens it up. In Obadiah 12, we find Abaddon. And when we compare this verse, 9:11, with the beast that kills the 2 witnesses, which we're going to get to in chapter 11, verse 7, and with the 8th king that was and is not and is to come in chapter 17, verse 8, when we compare that, all those passages, what we find out is Abaddon has a name, and we know his name. His name was General Titus, Caesar Titus. He was the head of the scorpion army that stung those men and rounded Jerusalem with those crosses. He was not a particularly nice man. Jewish tradition tells us that when they finally took over the temple, Titus grabbed some of the scrolls of the Torah, of the law, flung them on the ground, took a prostitute, and committed an act of fornication in the Holy of Holies. This man was a beast. He's Abaddon. The word literally means destruction. That's what he did. The 6th trumpet. And the 6th trumpet goes from chapter 9, verse 13 through 11, chapter 14. But before the 6th trumpet can start, we're told in verse 15 of chapter 9 that there has to be a delay. Now, we saw an earlier delay when there had to be more martyrs for the church. That was during the Great Tribulation. This is a different delay. This delay has to wait before the destruction can start. Because, and in verse 15 it says, the destruction had to be held ready for the hour, the day, the month, and the year. In other words, the very year that this happened was already planned in heaven. The very month, the very day, the very hour. Why? Why was the hour so important? I'll tell you why. When you see the armies surrounding the city of Jerusalem, flee to Judean hills. Get out of the city, my church. It's your only hope to get out. Why did God hold back General Vespasian? Why did God say the destruction cannot happen yet? The hour's not here. Because he had a church to save. You see, behind all of the machinations of men is the hand of God. Sometimes it's difficult to see. But the hour of destruction had to wait so that the church, the kingdom, would not be destroyed. Now, this army that General Titus brings, that Abaddon brings, we're told the size of it. The cavalry, we're not told the size of the army, the cavalry alone, and as you know, in ancient times, the cavalry was just a very small part of the entire army. The cavalry alone was twice 10,000 times 10,000. Anybody real good with numbers? What is that? 200 million, right? The cavalry alone was 200 million. Now, this is a symbolic number. It's just too round. In other words, 1,000, and then doubled it. What is the meaning? I think we can find it right in Revelation. First of all, Titus brought a huge army. In fact, his army was so huge that Josephus' army, he was the historian that fought against him, he was the first general to go against him, and most of his army deserted before the first battle. They saw this huge host of people and they said, oh, we're out of here, you know. But more importantly, he says that it's twice 10,000 times 10,000. Now, we didn't mention this, but back when we were in the first vision and in the throne room, there were, the saints were circling the throne around the Lamb when the scroll was being opened. And we're told the number of saints that there are, and angels, the host of heaven, is 10,000 times 10,000. Obviously, 100,000 is a symbolic number. But it's a huge host on God's side. But guess what? Who's got more on their side? God or the beast? We're outnumbered 2-1. There's twice 10,000 times 10,000. Twice that. The number of God in Old Testament Jewish time was 3. The number of man was 6. God always is outnumbered by man's forces. But don't forget the white rider. We know that even though they've got twice as many, an insurmountable army, that's only the cavalry of the army, we're going to win. The white horse is going to be victorious. We're also told at this point that this army of locusts is given sway over Israel for 42 months. Now, I think you probably know when that 42 months started. It started in February of 67, and it went till August of 70. It was 42 months precisely, okay? Now, elsewhere we find this 42 months mentioned in other places, but it's the biblical time of judgment. Do you remember in the Old Testament, Elijah held back the rain? Someone said that Elijah was the quintessential prophet, and that's absolutely true. How long did Elijah hold back the rain? 3.5 years, 42 months. It's the time of perfect judgment. It's the time of perfect judgment, 3.5 years. And that's how long the war actually lasted, for 3.5 years. It's also the time that the 2 witnesses prophesy. They're witnessing during this 42 months in 11:3. It's also the time during which the woman flees from the dragon in chapter 12, verse 6 and 14. That woman is the church. Actually, the woman in chapter 12 symbolizes 2 things, Mary and the church. But in this point, it's the church fleeing from the dragon, who would be the beast and his forces. And where are they going? They're going to Pella in Transjordan to be under King Agrippa for 42 months while the battle over Jerusalem goes on. Then in 13:5, we see again that the beast is given power for only a certain time, 3.5 years. Luke tells us that this time has a nickname. It's the time of the Gentiles. The time of the Gentiles will be for 3.5 years. That time has already happened. The time of the Gentiles, where they come on Jerusalem and attack it, is already history. It was the 42 months from February 67 to August of 70. Now, that's in Luke chapter 21, verse 24, by the way. The times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. How do we know that there's not going to be a time of the Gentiles in the future? Because that distinction doesn't make any sense anymore. Gentiles and Jews aren't important anymore. Now we're talking redeemed and unredeemed. And that's where the battle lines are drawn now. Jew and Gentile is an irrelevant distinction in the New Covenant. During this 42 months, we also see that there's 2 witnesses that witness within the city of Jerusalem. Now, the identity of these 2 witnesses, you can get 100 people together and you'll have 102 different opinions. Okay? I believe that the best understanding of it is it's the law and the prophets, as personified in Elijah and Moses. Okay? Remember that Daniel was told, that was the first time we saw the 42 months, the 3.5 years, the times, 2 times, and half time. Remember that back in Daniel? We were told that Caesar Nero, which was the little horn, would make war for 42 months on the times and the law. And I think if you take that information and apply it here, it makes sense that this is talking about the assault that Nero did on the law and the prophets. You see, when Jerusalem revolted, Nero said, you know what? These guys are a pain in the neck. We're going to wipe this religion off the face of the earth, and we're not going to have to deal with people telling us it's wrong to have adultery, and we're not going to have people telling us that it's wrong to have emperor worship, and we're not going to have people telling us that their sins have to be atoned for. We're going to get rid of these guys. The war was against just more than the city political Jerusalem. The war was against the religion of the Old Covenant. And so the war was against these prophets, the law and the prophets that the Old Testament, that the Jerusalem used against the Roman Empire, but more importantly, that the church was now using against the Roman way of life. In Revelation, what happens to these 2? They're killed, and they rise up and go to the city in heaven, the New Jerusalem. They go into heaven. This is a perfect picture of what happened in 70 AD. When Jerusalem fell, the Roman Empire celebrated. There were actually gifts given to people in Rome. Yeah, hey, we're done with those people. We can live like we want now. But before Rome knew what had happened, the law and the prophets had now been subsumed into a city over which they could not make war. And that new city is called the church. You see, now the church took the message of the law and the prophets. And there was no city that you could destroy to get rid of the church. There was no temple in one place that you could destroy to get rid of the church. The law and the prophets had gone to the new heavenly Jerusalem, and they could not be reached. And their message was still going to be given. This was the view as evidenced even by the leadership in Rome. There's a historian, some of these names are just really difficult, but Sulpicius Severus is the best I can do on this name, okay? This is what he said, okay? He said, Titus himself thought that the temple ought specially to be overthrown in order that the religion of the Jews and of the Christians might be more thoroughly subverted. For these religions, although contrary to each other, had nevertheless proceeded from the same authors. What authors? The law and the prophets. If the root were extirpated, the offshoot, in other words, if Judaism was extirpated, the offshoot, in other words, Christianity, would speedily perish. The world thought that if Jerusalem was destroyed, Christianity would die out. And that is the message of the scroll. Remember, the scroll, that's the whole message of this initial vision. This initial vision is about the scroll, the fact that the church is not simply a part of Judaism. Now, he gives us an idea of when this happens again. He's given us all kinds of clues, but he says, when this happens, when the law and the prophets are no longer a part of Judaism, but become a part of the church's message, and everybody in the world knows that that's true, there will be a big earthquake. He says in chapter 11, verse 13, at that hour there was a great earthquake, and 1/10 of the city fell, and 7,000 people were killed. You know what? That actually happened. The temple encompassed 1/10 of the city of Jerusalem. We know what day it fell. August 10th, 70 AD. On that day, the Jewish, not the Roman army, but the Jewish zealots realized they couldn't protect the temple anymore. They tried to escape to the royal palace, which was also in Jerusalem. What stood in their way was about 7 to 9,000 innocent Jewish people. And they decided that they didn't care. And they killed over 7,000 of their countrymen. We know what day this happened. This is the earthquake in the sixth seal. And it happened in 70 AD. Now, St. John's going to give us, in case we haven't caught on yet, he's going to give us the specific location where all this stuff happens. He said it's going to happen in the great city, which is allegorically called Sodom and Egypt, where their Lord was crucified. Now, where was the Lord crucified? It was in Jerusalem. It was just outside the walls. St. John is using a very clear message here to tell us two things. I'm talking about Jerusalem. That's where Christ was crucified. And number two, I'm going to start using allegorical names from the Old Testament for Jerusalem. And we're going to see that he uses many of them. Here, we know he's going to call them Sodom, Egypt. He's going to call them a harlot, which is a very common Old Testament term for Jerusalem. The Old Testament prophets, particularly the minor prophets, used that to describe Jerusalem over and over and over again. In fact, Hosea even made his whole life a message about this by marrying a harlot. Can you imagine that? Men, he married a harlot on purpose to show in his life what God was going through being betrothed to Israel, to Jerusalem and Babylon. That's the last name that we're going to find. Those are all names for Jerusalem, all symbolically of what Jerusalem is about. That's who he's talking about. But he's put us on notice that he's going to use those kind of names. Now the last and seventh trumpet sounds, and we hear, the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. And in the days of the trumpet call to be sounded by the seventh angel, the mystery of God, remember the mystery of God? That's what this whole scroll is all about. The mystery of God, as he announced to his servants the prophets, should be fulfilled. It made clear to the entire world that this new kingdom was established in its own right. It was not a part of Judaism. You didn't need to be a Jew to be a Christian, and that Jews and Gentiles were equals within this kingdom. It was not political. The kingdom was spiritual. It was personal. It was ecclesiastical. Men and women, slave and free, would have equal dignity. But most important, Jews and Gentiles would forget about the kosher laws and eat together. That was the most important thing. That's why the Eucharist is so important. It shows what Christ built. There's a lot of other reasons why the Eucharist is important. We'll get into some of those later. But in Colossians 1:24, St. Paul writes, this mystery, the mystery of the church, this mystery is Christ in you. That the kingdom is now personal. That the kingdom is now ecclesiastical. That Jesus is not interested in being an earthly potentate ruling from a throne in Jerusalem over an earthly kingdom as some kind of a human king. That's not what he's interested in. That's not what he prophesied. This is what the prophets longed to see. And this is what the scroll reveals. Not just to the church, because the church understood this. The scroll, the opening of the seals, reveals it to the whole world. The whole world can see that Christianity is distinct from Judaism. Okay, we are at the end of the first vision. Whew. Okay, how are we doing on time? Tell you what, let's cover the key personalities and then we'll come back and try and see what we can do. Hopefully we'll be able to go through the second one faster. But this next division, the three personalities, first of all, let me ask you something. Has anybody seen anything so far that says that we should insert in here a secret rapture? Has anybody seen anything in here that says we need to have a 7-year great tribulation? Has anybody seen anything in here that talks about a future millennium after the second coming? I hope not, because I don't see it, okay? Now, this 12th chapter, which is our third division, the three key personalities, this is Daniel's 70th week. That's 70 years that goes from the birth of Christ to the destruction of Jerusalem. That 70 years, that 7-decade time that Daniel laid out as his last week, during which there would be covenantal change, is described here in chapter 12. Just like Daniel gave us 3 personalities here after his initial vision, so Jesus is going to do the same, or St. John's going to do the same thing. There's 3 personalities. There's the child, and the child I think we can safely say is who? Christ Jesus, or the Lamb. The second person is the woman. The woman actually, the best way to understand it is as symbolizes 2 things, which we shouldn't have a problem with, since we already know that can happen in Ground Rule chapter 4. The woman is, first of all, Mary, and then it also symbolizes the church as it flees from the dragon. And the third symbol is the dragon. The dragon is Satan. Satan as he tries to destroy the woman and as he tries to destroy the child. In the next half of the apocalypse, we're over halfway through, believe it or not, and we're going to try to really race through this. This first vision is recapitulated. In other words, they take the same events and look at them over again, just like Daniel did. Okay? And we're going to fly through that, and we're going to try to just cover it real briefly. My notes tell me I'm a little over halfway through, but we're going to do it a lot faster than halfway through. During the break, somebody asked me a question, and I wanted to just review it real quick. She said, now, I don't understand exactly why Jerusalem was called a harlot and why it was called Sodom. Why is that? It was common in the Old Testament prophets to call Jerusalem that in order to point out their sins. In other words, the sins of Sodom could be found in Jerusalem. And so the Old Testament prophets said, you're Sodom, or you're a harlot, or you're Babylon, or you're Egypt. All those sins, okay? Those were names for Jerusalem that were used in the Old Testament prophets. St. John picks up on those for a very simple reason. He's writing this, I believe, to people in the middle of persecution. And if the Roman army gets a hold of this, it's probable that General Titus doesn't see himself as Abaddon, the leader of the locust army, because he has no idea where this army is, because according to the passage, it's outside Sodom, which is a city that's not even around anymore. In other words, the Roman army that might get a hold of this manuscript and persecute the church over it when they're in Pella, Transjordan, didn't know the Old Testament like the readers knew the Old Testament. So that's why he's using these code names. But they're code names that were in the Old Testament. Now, the other question that was asked me on the break is, well, what did the Jerusalem people think about being called Sodom and harlot and all this kind of stuff? Well, guess what? They didn't like it. In fact, they killed them all. Jesus said, when he was here, he said, you're going to kill me. I wouldn't expect anything else of you. You killed everybody else that came to you with God's message. Okay? So this use of these words to describe Jerusalem is very, very Old Testament-ish. And it would have been perfectly understood by these New Testament saints. Okay, so now that we got that behind us, I want to clarify one other thing. The 3 personalities here, the woman symbolizes both Mary and the church. Somebody said that I misspoke on that a little bit, and I want to make sure that that's clear. But we're not going to take time for that because there's not a real disagreement that we have with Rapturus on that chapter, so we're going to just fly through it. If we were just studying Revelation for the fun and joy of understanding Revelation, we'd probably spend a whole hour on that because it's a great chapter. Okay, now in chapter 13, we start on the recapitulation. The first thing that we see is the vision of the dragon's strategy. In this strategy, we see 2 beasts. I saw a beast rising out of the sea, and then I saw another beast which rose out of the land. The sea in the Old Testament was always a symbol of the Gentile nations. The land was always a symbol of the Old Testament Jewish people. The land and the sea. So the dragon, which we met in chapter 12, but we didn't cover very much, His strategy is to bring forth two beasts. One is a beast from the Gentile nations, the Roman army. The other beast is the beast from the Jewish people, which is the Jerusalem Sanhedrin, okay? The Hasmonean priesthood. Now, many people, and Rapturists included, many Catholics included, assume that this beast, the sea beast, or the land beast, or both of them perhaps, or one of them, but mostly it's usually the sea beast, is the Antichrist. That is a very bad assumption, because it's not in the text. It's not the Antichrist. The Antichrist isn't going to be on the scene for at least another 2,000 years, okay? In fact, when we get to the end of the apocalypse, we're told that the sea beast and the land beast are thrown into the lake of fire. And then there's the millennium, which is the age that we live in right now, after that, and then Satan is thrown, the dragon is thrown into the lake of fire thousands of years later. We know at least 2,000 years. So this is not a picture of the Antichrist, although, if we go back over here, we know in ground rule 3 that he can stand as an image of the Antichrist, okay? Now, what do we know about these people? The sea beast has the attributes of a leopard, a bear, and a lion. Those three animals should remind you of some vision that we've already seen. The vision of the battle strategy, which is exactly parallel in Daniel to this one. Those are 3 of the 4 beasts, okay? It also is a beast that has 10 horns, just like the beast, the 4th beast in Daniel's vision. St. John is rewinding and telling us, hey, I'm talking about the same beasts that Daniel was talking about in Daniel chapter 7, okay? And he tells us a lot about this beast. One thing that he tells us is that there's 7 heads, okay? Now, if we start counting the emperors from Julius Caesar, that, by the way, is how Josephus counted the emperors. Granted, if you take ancient Roman history now, they'll say Julius Caesar did not rule over the Roman Empire, he was over the Roman Republic. But that's a modern decision, not an ancient one. In the ancient Jewish world, Josephus started counting with Julius Caesar. I think it makes sense. He was probably the first emperor, regardless of what they called the Roman Empire at the time. So if you count from it as Julius Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, number 6 is Nero. Number 7 is Vespasian. Number 6 and 7 of this 7-headed beast were the ones that prosecuted the war against Jerusalem. And that's exactly what Daniel's saying. He's saying this beast has 7 heads, and those 7 heads are the kings. Why does he stop at 7 in this case? Because before Vespasian stopped being Caesar, Jerusalem had fallen. Now, one of these heads, doesn't tell us which one of these heads has a mortal wound. Chapter 13, verse 3. One of the beasts had seemed to have a mortal wound. But then amazingly, the wound is healed and the beast lives on. Not necessarily the head, but the beast lives on. This, I believe, is a very clear reference to what happened around the end of Nero's reign. The whole empire was in turmoil. There was an insurrection on the eastern side of the empire. There were insurrections on the western side of the empire. Many of the aristocracy were afraid that the whole beast, the Roman Empire, was going to implode at this time. Nero had made so many enemies, and he was so dictatorial, and he was so absolutely evil as a man, that first the armies turned against him. And then even his own bodyguards turned against him. When they did that, he fled Rome and he ended up committing suicide. This triggered 19 months of turmoil, which ended up in civil war within the streets of Rome itself. This is the mortal wound that the beast sustains. And many modern historians say that it is amazing that the Roman Empire survived those 19 months. The person that put everything back in order, that put the Humpty Dumpty back together again, was General Vespasian, Caesar Vespasian. The other beast is the land beast. The main strategy of this land beast is that he's a deceiver. He uses religion and theology to confuse people. Now, I think that we can safely say that the land beast is the Sanhedrin, the Jewish leaders, okay? Now we're told that during this time when these two beasts are around, that chapter 13, verse 17, no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. Unless he has the mark, the name of the beast. Now, during this time, during Nero's reign, even the simple act of buying bread in the marketplace was impossible unless you threw a pinch of incense into the emperor worship fire. This is something that was being done during this time. It was also done later. So some people say, well, this happens later. Well, yeah, it happened later as well, okay? But you had to worship the beast. You had to worship the beast, the one that got the mortal wound. You had to put a pinch of incense and say, yes, I believe in an emperor worship. They'd still let you believe in Christ also, but you had to make subservience to the emperor as God. Did most of the ancients believe that he was God? Probably not. But the Christians, and really only the Christians, stood up and said, no, I will not put the pinch of incense in. And they died for it. They couldn't even buy a loaf of bread. Now, at this point, St. John tells us that there's a number involved with this beast, the land beast. He says the human number of this beast is 666. Now, how many of you have heard that number before? 666. Okay. Who is this? Okay. The 18th verse of the 13th chapter. Well, everybody agrees it's a human person, but it's been taken to mean the Pope, Luther, Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Mikhail Gorbachev, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, even Ronald Wilson Reagan, who happens to have 6 letters in every one of his names, has been said to be this man. However, in the early church, the original readers, from everything that we can ascertain from old commentaries, there was no question about who this person was. What the early church was doing was using a Jewish, what St. John did, was use a Jewish system of numbers called gematria. And what it did is you assigned a number to every letter of a person's name. Now, not in English. Obviously, in this case, it would be in Hebrew. Every letter had a number. Then you add those numbers all up together, and that's your number. Now, guess what? We know who this person is because all the commentaries agree that if you take Nero's official name and translate it into Hebrew, here's the numerical values of the letters: 50, 200, 6, 50, 100, 60, plus another 200. If you're real good in math, you know that those all add up to 666. Nero is a symbol, or is symbolized by the sea beast. Now, it doesn't mean that sometime in the future there may not be an Antichrist that resembles Nero. But the 666, we know who that person is. It was Nero. And the 6 is important for another reason, because the 6 is the number of man. 3 is the number of God, remember? The number 7 is 3 plus 4, which is God working in the world. And even the Trinity of Nero, Vespasian, and Titus, even those 3, 6, 6, 6 put together, could never be the number of God's working in the world perfectly, 777. Much less the number of Christ, the Messiah, which would be 888. So one thing that we haven't answered, though, is what the mark of the beast is. Okay? Now, is this mark a computer chip that's going to be placed under everybody's skin? No. Okay? That's not what St. John. Now, I'm not saying that it won't ever happen. And I'm not saying that it might not, be pointing to something. But what John is pointing to is a mark that is not visible in that manner. Okay? Now, where did the mark come from? Originally, the mark was in the Old Testament. Cain was given a mark when he killed his brother. And that told everybody that he was a murderer. The next time we see a mark is in the Passover. When the Jews are escaping from Egypt, they put a mark on the door lintels of blood okay? And the angel of death passed over their house. That was the mark of the Lamb, okay? What was that? It was a public announcement. Why couldn't you put it on the inside of your lintels, right? No, you can do that. You had to put it on the outside of your lintels. Everybody could see. It was a public announcement of who your loyalty was to. They didn't know that that was going to save them for sure. It was a public announcement of faith, right? So as time went on, this mark started to be viewed by the prophets, Jeremiah and others, as an internal act of worship for God that was publicly obvious. In other words, it wasn't an actual wart on my forehead, okay? But the mark on my forehead would say that I think like a Christian. And on my right hand is that I work like a Christian. And it's publicly obvious to everyone. Let me give you an example. Jeremiah prophesied in Jeremiah 31:33, I will put the law within them, and I will write it upon their hearts. I will be their God, and they shall be my people. No one seriously looks at that and says, God did open heart surgery and took a big pen and wrote all 10 of the Decalogue, commandments of the Decalogue, on each of the Jewish people's hearts. The mark was becoming, just like the kingdom, it was becoming a spiritual entity. Okay, so that answers what the mark is, hopefully. And I know we're flying here. But let's back up just for a minute. What is the strategy of the beast? He has these, of the dragon. He has these two beasts, and what do? The land beast deceives and uses religion to deceive people. The sea beast uses raw political power to keep people from even surviving economically without giving worship to him. That is a good summation of the battle strategy of the dragon. And you know what? If the dragon is right, that there is no eternity, then we should all join his side. If this is all there is, then let's join, right? He's saying, I'll give you power, I'll give you success. You can take advantage of people because you can deceive them. You can take all this stuff for yourself. There's just one problem. If there is more than just what happens here on earth, then the followers of the dragon are going to be in big trouble. And that is the vision of the battle strategy of the Lamb. We see the Lamb, who's Christ, riding on a white horse, and there's something coming out of his mouth. Anybody know what that is? It's a sword, okay? And he kills his enemies with the thing that comes out of his mouth, which is the breath of his mouth. It's the truth. What Jesus does, the strategy of the Lamb, is to tell people the truth. The truth is that this isn't all there is. That there is more than what you see in this world. That your soul will live for all eternity, either in euphoric bliss or in eternal damnation. That is the strategy of the Lamb. Now, when you look at the strategy of the Lamb, it's interesting because in chapter 14, verse 3, here's what we see. When we start the strategy of the Lamb, there's 144,000 virgins, and they're singing a song that nobody else can learn. Now, this seems so out of place to people that some people have said, you know what? John lost it here for a few minutes, okay? I mean, this is just so out of place with what's going on here. First of all, who wants to be singing a song that's so complicated nobody else can learn it, okay? But the connection to what this means becomes obvious if we look at the Greek words behind it. Singing a song, this phrase, singing a song, is only found 5 times in the entire New Testament. Those words are only 5 times. And they are always used as a phrase. Singing is ado, and the song is ode, where our word for ode comes from, or song. Singing a song is used 5 times. 3 times that it's used here. It's the strategy of the Lamb, We find it again in the strategy of God's people, and then we find it at the end. What is this singing of the song? It's a very technical phrase. Let's look at the 2 times it occurs in the New Testament, not in Revelation. In Ephesians 5:19 and Colossians 3:16, we find these 2 words. We're told to sing a song. And in both of those times, it is attached to the Greek word Eucharistio. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Eucharistio. Singing a song, what this Lamb's strategy is the Eucharist. An ode is a formalized poem set to music given to someone in authority. And that is a very good definition of what the Eucharist is, what the Mass is. That is the strategy of the Lamb. To tell the truth about what's going to happen. That there is more to this life than just what you see. What the dragon wants you to think. Power, success, getting your way through deception. That's the dragon's strategy. The Lamb's strategy is to tell you the truth, that you have an eternal soul, and that eternal soul is going to be around forever. And what you do now is going to make a difference on where that eternal soul spends eternity. Truth is the main weapon of the Lamb. There's several angels that appear. One angel comes and tells us what the gospel is, that its gospel is to fear God. Angel 2 tells us that Babylon, Jerusalem, is going to fall. Okay? And then angel 3 tells us that we have to choose. We've been told the truth. We've seen the Eucharist. The 144,000 virgins are singing the Eucharistic song in heaven. The same holy, holy, holy that we attach our voices to every Mass. And the angels tell us we've got a choice. The gospel is to obey Christ, to obey God, fear Him. Those that don't will be destroyed, just like Jerusalem is being destroyed for rejecting their Messiah. The third angel says, make your choice. Pay your money, make your choice, but you're going to have to make a choice. You either have to live according to the battle strategy of the dragon, or you're going to have to live according to the battle strategy of the Lamb. You can't have it both ways. You can't be a part of the Lamb's group and still live like a dragon. Now, I can hear the dragon sort of snickering about all this, right? The dragon is saying, sure, by the time you find out whether you're right or not, it's too late, right? Let's face it, by the time we find out whether or not there is an eternity, for sure, experientially, it's too late. So the dragon says, okay, yeah, well, this isn't a fair deal. I have my strategy, you have your strategy, that's fine. Let people make the choice. But Jesus says, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you that I have the power to tell you the truth about eternity. 40 years after my death, I'm going to make a prophecy come true. And we see 2 more angels come out in chapter 14. The first one is a sickle, and he gathers the wheat for the harvest. This is a picture of the church being gathered out of Israel and brought over to Transjordan. And the second thing is, a second angel comes and gathers the grapes for crushing. This is the infamous winepress of the wrath of God that we find in chapter 14, verse 19. And this is the proof. This is why 70 AD and the Olivet Discourse and all that we've been talking about with Daniel is so important to us, because this stands as a proof to us that Jesus has the power to tell us about eternity. He's telling the truth. How do we know? Because he predicted 40 years before it happened, and just a few short days before he died, that within the generation, his accusers would be judged. Now, that's the Lamb's strategy. He's just going to tell us the truth. He's going to show us that he has the power to tell us the truth, and then he's going to leave it up to us. Now, what is the vision of the battle strategy of God's people? What is our vision? Remember, in Daniel, it was build the temple, and he'll come. It's really not all that different here in Revelation. We're now in Revelation chapter 15, and we see that the battle strategy of the church, or the battle strategy of the woman, or God's people, is a lot like the battle strategy of the Lamb. It's all this singing. It's all this singing. It's the singing of the ode. The Eucharist is the central core of the battle strategy of the church. Why? Because in the Eucharist, we see clearly, very clearly, that Christ has set up his kingdom, that all of us are equals in dignity within that kingdom, that Jew and Gentile eat together, that it is mainly an ecclesiastical kingdom. And the other thing that we do in the Eucharist is we agree with God that there is more than what we see. There is more to reality than what we touch or than what we eat. That's what the Eucharist is all about. There's more there than what the eye sees. And that is the essence of the vision of the battle strategy of the Lamb. He's telling you there's more to you than what you see. You're not just a body that stops living. You are an eternal soul. Make your choice. So the battle strategy of God's people is to simply do what Christ has asked us to do. I know we're flying, but we're now on the fourth vision, vision D. Now we see the vision of the great battle. This great battle is very similar to the initial vision. We looked at the battle of 67 to 70 AD twice already. First the seals, then the trumpets. Now we're going to look at it through the bowls or the plagues, okay? The 7 seals were these events from the king's perspective. The 7 trumpets were from the Sanhedrin's perspective, the Jewish people that were getting conquered. And the 7 bowls that we're just about to look at is from the perspective of God's people. It's the same battle, but it's from a different perspective. It's from the perspective of the church being vindicated over her enemies. The invasion of the 6th bowl precisely parallels the invasion of the 6th trumpet. In the 6th trumpet we had the locust army, and in the 6th bowl we have an invasion just exactly like that. Now let me just mention Armageddon. And right here at this part we see Armageddon brought up. They assembled them, the armies, at the place which is called in Hebrew Armageddon. Now, raptures continually talk about the battle of Armageddon. But let me tell you something. Revelation never talks about a battle of Armageddon. No battle of Armageddon. Look at the verse. They assembled the armies at Armageddon. This is exactly what General Titus did. He gathered his army at the plain of Megiddo, which is the Armageddon. Then he went from the Armageddon to Jerusalem. But if you look at Revelation closely, there's no battle of Armageddon. There's a gathering of the army at Armageddon, and that has already happened. The 7th plague, or the 7th bowl, is when the city is overthrown. A third of the city dies by pestilence, a third dies by the sword, and a third dies a living death in exile. This is a parallel to Ezekiel chapter 5, verse 1 and 2. Also in the 7th plague, we see great hailstones coming out of the heavens. And actually, this is one of the things in the book of Revelation that was literally fulfilled. The Romans threw, with machines, 100-weight stones into the city in order to, it would be like bombs. They didn't have explosives, so they would throw these big 100-weight, imagine a 100-weight stone come flopping in on top of your house. It's going to do some damage. And that's exactly what happened. In chapter 16, verse 21, it talks about that. Then St. John goes on to talk about the fact that the harlot and the beast start to fight between themselves. This harlot, which we've already seen is Jerusalem, and the sea beast, which we already know is Rome, actually fight between them. They were allied together. The harlot started out riding the beast. However, then the beast turns on the woman. That's exactly what happened in February of 67 AD. The harlot was on the beast, riding the beast into the persecution of the Christian people during the Great Tribulation. And then the beast turned on the harlot in 67 AD. Let's see. Once again, there's 7 heads mentioned. We've talked a little bit about those already. An 8th one is mentioned. That's Titus. And all the details of that fit Titus. It says that he was and is and has not yet come. So we won't go over that again. Then it mentions 10 future kings. Now, for those people that try to place this all at the final eschaton, the final battle of Armageddon, right then, this is a problem because there is no time for 10 future kings in the rapture system in this. But these 10 future kings are different than the ones that come to battle Jerusalem, because we're told that these 10 kings come to make war on the Lamb. Chapter 17, verse 12. These 10 kings are going to hearken back to what Nero did in the Great Tribulation. And in fact, that is what we see in history. After Jerusalem was destroyed, there was a continual battle between the Roman Empire and the church. Tertullian says, if the Tiber reaches the walls, if the Nile does not rise to the fields, if the sky doesn't move or the earth does, if there is a famine, if there is a plague, the cry is at once the same: the Christians to the lions. This was very, very common in those centuries. Okay, we're flying through this, but then we have the vision of the great battle, and then the last vision is the vision of from here to eternity. This starts in chapter 19, and in this vision, although we could place it end to end with the other vision, it starts out with a white horse. Remember, we talked about the white horse in the very first seal. This now is that same white horse. It says, I saw heaven open, and behold a white horse, and he who sat upon it was called Faithful and True, the Word of God. He was the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Obviously, this is Christ. Okay? This is the stone of Daniel that crushed the statue. This is the Son of Man that came to judge in Daniel 7. This is the breaker of the scroll's 7 seals in the beginning of Revelation. This is the child that will rule with the rod of iron in Revelation chapter 12. This is the treader of the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God that we saw in the vision of the strategy of the Lamb. This is the nemesis of the dragon. This is the nemesis of the 2 beasts. This is the hope of the apocalypse. Christ coming in victory, irresistible, because his weapon is that he will tell you the truth about reality. At this point, there's a great supper of God, which harkens back to Ezekiel chapter 39. It's a victory celebration to show that God is in control. John is clearly saying that the defeat of Jerusalem is exactly what we've been saying all along. It's proof to the world that Jesus was who he said he was. At this point, the beast is slain and his body is destroyed and he's given over to be burned with fire. And that is probably a picture of Nero. Now, we're going to try to cover the millennium in 5 minutes. Can you believe that? Now we get to the present part of this vision, chapter 20, verses 2 through 6. And it's the only time in Scripture that the 1,000-year millennium is ever mentioned. I want us to keep in mind a couple things. First of all, we're already in a very symbolic part of even apocalyptic literature with the Great Supper of God. And at this point, here's what we find happening. That we can't take this too literally, because if we get real literal about this, we're going to say, what kind of chain could a non-physical spirit like Satan be bound with? Okay? What kind of seal could be put over Satan's pit to keep him from getting out? He's a pure spirit. What kind of a pit is really bottomless? Okay, so we have to be careful that we don't get too literal. Let me just read these verses. Then I saw an angel come down from heaven, holding in his hand the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that's Satan, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan. And he's the person behind the beast and the sea beast and the land beast. And he bound him for 1,000 years and threw him into a pit and shut it over him and sealed it, that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were ended. After that he must be loosed for a little while. Then I saw thrones, and seated on them were those to whom judgment was committed, and also the souls of those who had been beheaded for their testimony to Jesus and for the word of God. They came to life and reigned with Christ 1,000 years, and the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Blessed and holy is he who shares in the first resurrection. Over such the second death has no power. But they shall be priests of God and of Christ, and they shall reign with him 1,000 years. The 1,000 years is mentioned 6 times in these short 7 verses. I think we can, since we're almost out of time, or really out of time, we're just going to go back and remind ourselves that in ground rule number 2, the 1,000 number is a highly symbolic number. It's 10 cubed. It's a complete time. It's a very extremely long period of time. It's the time in which Satan is restrained. As we found in Thessalonians, Satan would be restrained until right before the final battle. This is the present state of affairs. The present state of affairs is that we are in the millennium. Okay? Now, what happens after the millennium? Satan is kept from deceiving the nations throughout the millennium. After that, he's loosed for a little while. Okay? And then he leads this Gog and Magog against the church. Now, Gog and Magog actually come from Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39. And what they became was a mythical people. They came to symbolize a mythical people that would always fight against God and God's people. And we're told that after the millennium, after the church age, at the very end, there will be one last battle between good and evil, between Gog and Magog on the one side and Christ on the other. But we're not told much about the battle. In fact, we're told that Gog and Magog marched over the broad earth and surrounded the camp of the saints and the beloved city. The beloved city has never been mentioned up to this point in Revelation. I believe it's a symbol of the beloved church, the bride of Christ, the ones that Christ loves now in this age. And amazingly, there's no details. All we know is that fire comes down from heaven and consumes Gog and Magog. And then the devil was thrown into the lake of fire. Boom. That's it. We don't know anymore. And then we go into the judgment. At that point, the judgment, the thrones are set up, and we see the same judgment that we saw in the Olivet Discourse. Everyone is based on what they did. Revelation 20, verse 12. Just exactly like we saw in Matthew chapter 25. At that point, a new heaven and a new earth come down from heaven. And now, finally, in verse 14 of chapter 20, death itself is thrown into the lake of fire. God himself will be with his people, and he will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. We're not there yet. I don't know about you, but 2 years ago, my dad died. Death has not been conquered yet. It will be. In effect, it really is. Christ conquered it. But death still exists until Gog and Magog fight that final battle. The Antichrist rallies his forces, and Christ consumes them with the fire of his mouth. And then I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, this is 21, verse 2, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Behold, the dwelling of God is with men. And now we enter the marriage supper of the Lamb. The marriage of the Lamb, where he marries his bride, the church. And no longer will the church be the bride of Christ as she is now. She will be the wife of the Lamb. And in verse 5 of chapter 21, we're told who does all this. At the end of all this stuff, the whole book of Revelation, it's interesting to stop back and think who really was in charge of all this. And God speaks from his throne for the very first time in the whole entire book in verse 5, and he says, "Behold, I've done this. I make all things new." That is the purpose of all of history, is to renew the world at the final eschaton. Now, let me ask you a couple questions. First, we've looked at all the relevant passages. Where in the Bible is there one passage that teaches a two-stage coming of both a secret rapture separated by the glorious second advent by 7 years? I think you have to agree it's not there. Second question, is there anything anywhere that we've seen in the Bible that necessitates a secret rapture prior to a future great tribulation? In all honesty, I don't think it's there anywhere. In every passage that we've looked at, there is one event still to happen, or bundle of events. There will be the great battle between evil and good, consummated in the second coming of Christ and eternity's beginning and our judgment. That is the battle strategy of the Lamb, to tell us that that's what's going to happen. That when you die, you're not just going to be cessation of being. You will exist for all eternity, either in communion with God or in total isolation from everything that has ever been anything close to good. That's our choice. The best way to bring about that strategy is what we're going to do in 40 minutes. And that is to celebrate the Mass. You see, the whole battle strategy of the Lamb and the battle strategy of God's people revolves around the truth that we experience in the Eucharist. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. Thanks. So we've got a couple minutes. Is there anybody that would like to ask a question? Okay, any questions? Boy, we bit off a really big mouthful in this last hour and a half. And you know what? You have been absolutely phenomenal. Some of you have actually acted like you thought you were understanding what I was saying. No, you've been great. You know, I can tell that you know your Bibles, and it's been fun talking to you. But we've got one question. Go ahead.
I just want to say, is that kind of a seed in there?
You mean in the series itself?
Yes, kind of.
I can't predict exactly what the series is going to say, but I do know that LaHaye in other books has written that he feels like the Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon, and you know that we're the harlot and some of those things. So it's underlying in his mindset. I don't know what he's going to write. You know, I'm not sure he even knows yet what he's going to write. You know. The question is will one of the future series in the Left Behind novels turn out to be much more anti-Catholic than what we've seen so far? I don't know. But I do know that the rapture system at its core usually looks at the whore of Babylon and the harlot as the Roman Catholic Church, in opposition to what the text actually says.
We hope you've enjoyed this presentation produced by St. Joseph Communications.